Hmm. Kedua Pak kala-kala. Maksudnya Pak ini kala-kala sih.
the late commencement of the program. And I would like to also welcome you all to the first edition of the Kebbi Economic Roundtable. Let me quickly acknowledge the presence of some prominent personalities that have been here with us for the past 30 minutes and or more. Let me start by acknowledging the presence of His Royal Highness, the District Head of Kamba, Sarki Shikon Kamba, Alhaji Mahmoud Zarumai. You're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Justice, Attorney General of Kebbi State, Barrister Ramatu Arugungu Tugulma. We also have the presence of the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Information, Kebbi State, Barrister Rekia Ayuba Haruna. You're welcome. We also have in our midst the host, Commissioner, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Kebbi State, Dr. Abba Asani Kalgo. I can also see the arrival of the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Environment, Kebbi State, Alhaji Hayatuddin Ahmed Bawa. Let me also welcome the representative of the Nigerian Customs Service. You're welcome, sir. Our lead speaker, all the way from Katsina, Professor Nasir Yauri, the Vice of Al-Kalam University, Katsina, is rightly seated. We wish to welcome you, sir. We also have the presence of permanent secretaries, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, secretaries of local government councils, who are the acting administrators of the local government. We have the presence of the academic institutions here in Kebbi State. The financial institutions are well represented. The entrepreneurs and other members of the private sector are also represented here. So while awaiting the arrival of other prominent personalities from the government, I wish to welcome you all and appreciate your patience with the time we took to kickstart the program. Let me also wish to state that Kebbi State has been so far so good under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu. We are capable of producing from mere 400,000 metric of rice. Kebbi State can now boast of 2 million metric of rice, courtesy of the diversification initiative of the government that led to the establishment of so many rice mills. I would also like to acknowledge the online community who are linked to this program from various parts of the country and beyond. They can see us on YouTube, on Facebook, and other social media platforms. This is the first time we are witnessing this kind of event where robust engagement, robust discussions are going to be centered on the economic prosperity of Kebbi State, on the industrialization sector, on the potentials of the agribusiness in Kebbi State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all. Thank you. presidents and members of the Executive Council here present, the permanent secretaries here present, our lead speaker, the Vice Chancellor of Kalam University, Kasina, other distinguished personalities, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I wish to formally welcome you to the first Kebbi State Economic Roundtable, convened by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kebbi State, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu. In the light of this, I would like to invite Alhaji Abubakar Ahmed Jinga to lead us with an opening prayer. Please come forward.
Assalamu alaikum. Sallu ala Nabi Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma inni nawaitu bi salati ala Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam mahabbatan fihi wa shawqan ilayhi wa tisala li amrika wa tasdiqan li bika sana Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Wa ta'ziman li qadri wa li kawni ala lidhalika fataqabbalha minni bi fadlika wa ihsanika wa ijabaka fa qalbi wa janibi as-salihin. Allahumma zidhu sharafan ala sharafi allazi awlaytahu wa izan ala izzi. الذي أعطيته ونورا على نوره الذي منه خلقته وعلى مقامه في مقامة المرسلين ودرجته في درجة النبيين وأسألك رضاك ورضاه يا رب العالمين مع العافية الدائمة والموت على الكتاب والسنة وجماعة كلمة الشهادة على تحقيقها من غير تبديل ولا تغيير فاغفر لي ما ارتكبت بفضلك جودك وكرامك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إني أسألك خير المسألة وخير الدعاء وخير النجاح وثبتني وثبت موازيني وهدد الإيمان وارفع درجاتي وتقبل صلاتي وغفر خطيئتي وأسألك ولا نجمة آمين. اللهم هذا الدعاء وعليك إجابة وهذا الجهد وعليك التقلان ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. اللهم إنك تسمع كلامي وترى مكاني وتعلم حاجاتي فأديني سؤال وتعلم ما في نفسي فاغفر لي فإنه لا يغفر الذنوب إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك من خير ما سألك منه عبدك محمد رسولك صلى الله عليه وسلم وأعوذ بك من شر ما استعاذك منه عبدك نبيك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. Ya Allah ka sa alheri a cikin wannan taro. Allah yadda ka tara mutane wannan Allah sa ai lafiya kare lafiya. Alherin da kace Allah ka tabbatar mana da shi. Ubangiji Allah ka sa wannan program an kashe kare ya zama alheri. Hanya wadda za ta maki al'umma Kebbi da al'umma kasa baki daya. Allah wannan suka zo wannan tare Allah ka albarkace shi kamar da su gidajen su lafiya. Allah ka tsare mu tsaron ka da sahi. Ya hayyu ya qayyum ya badi as-samawati wal ardi ya jaddu ikrami rahman rahim. يا قديم يا دائم يا فرد يا وتر يا أحد يا صمد يا مستناد يا من لم يلد ولم يولد ولن يكن له كفوا أحد وبالله التوفيق. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين.
Oh, mashallah. We will now proceed to honor the country by rising up for the national anthem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. Thank you. The next item we have is self-introduction. Each one of us is an equal stakeholder in this business. So we are going to introduce ourselves individually from the royal father.
Sagishiru Kamba, Sukeru Kamba.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. Sunana Honorable Zelanu Zuriya.
Good morning. All gathered here. I'm the Commissioner for Information and Culture, Barrister Ricky Anton. Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner, Controller of Western Ocean.
My name is Habiba Suleiman. I'm the Strategy and Business Development Manager for TGR. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ramachan. I'm Commissioner for Justice Services.
Good morning. All. My name is Aisha M. Usman. I'm the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Thank you.
Good morning. Sunana Katunebi Usman Kawara, Secretary, Suru Local Government Council. Good morning to you all. My name is Sali Isazali Kalakala, Secretary of the Local Government.
My name is Salim Anthony Jambuti, Secretary of the
Mohammed Modogon, Secretary of Local Government. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Mariam Dalhat Saeed, Jiga Local Government Secretary. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sita Mohammed, Legacy Local Government.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My name is Carbo Brian Jeza, Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Commerce, Industry and Tourism. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Yusuf Alkali from Waziri Mall Federal Polytechnic in Kebbi.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Siraj Al-Kali, Magajin Rafin Danko, the Trade Promotion Advisor, Nigerian Export Promotion Council.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nura Bello. I'm the National Executive Council member representing the private sector from NASMI.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abubakar Ahmad Jida, Director of Planning, Ministry of Budget and Planning.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ibrahim Garmasavia, Secretary of the Local Government Council.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hassan Adamu, Bene Yauri, Secretary Yauri Local Government.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abubakar Abdullahi Maga, Secretary of Zulu Local Government.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Lawal Garba Alasa, Secretary of Argun Local Government.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, all. This is my area, Secretary Alero Local Government.
Assalamu alaikum. Muhammad Bello Gamu, Secretary Local Government. I'm Sadi Muhammad Masha, Secretary Local Government.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abubakar B. Umar Bunza, Secretary Area Local Government.
Engineer Aminu Umar, Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water Resources. Good morning, all.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Adam, Secretary of the Local Government. Morning to you all. My name is Usman Ali Shagali, Secretary of Shanga Local Government.
Assalamu alaikum. Sunana Omar Mohammed Gulambe, Secretary of Koko Gese Local Government.
Assalamu alaikum. Sunana Abubakar Umar Sharu, Secretary Danko Local Government.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abubakar Super.
Good morning. My name is Suleiman, Bank of Industry.
Good morning. Sunana Aminu Attahani from Nigerian Export Promotion Council.
Okay, good morning all. My name is Dr. Hamza Dakada, the Chief of Party for Green Habitat Initiative, an implementing partner with USAID implementing WASH program in Kebbi State. Thank you.
My name is Nasir from Green Habitat Initiative.
My name is Al Hassan Yusuf, the Group Head, Admin and Human Resources, Lavana Rice Mills Limited, Kebbi.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdulwasi Olasuko, Head Finance and Account, Lavana Rice Mill.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nasir Musa, the Head of Internal Audit and Compliance, Lavana Rice Mills Limited.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Alhaji Usman Angwandusuru, Chairman All Farmers Association of Nigeria, Kebbi Chapter.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Ted Ingu. I work with GB Foods, the largest tomato company in Nigeria and Africa. And I'm the Director for Africa, for Agribusiness Affairs for Africa, and I also head corporate affairs across Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Mr. Joel Aiki, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sani Umaru, Permanent Secretary, Ministry for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. Sunana Aminu Bawa, Director Irrigation Agronomy, Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad from Ministry of Budget.
I am Dr. Ibrahim Shemuteka from Kebbi State University of Science and Technology.
Good morning. My name is Ken Dedi Oluseyi, Bank of Agriculture, Kebbi branch.
My name is Atahiru, Director of Integrated Nigeria. My name is Honorable Mahmoud Mwara, Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Land and Housing, Kebbi State.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hayatuddin Ahmed Bawa, Commissioner, Environment and Development.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nasiru, Education and Community Engagement Group, Kebbi. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Olayo Ridwan. I'm representing Alhaji Nasrul Salam, Chief Executive of West African Cross-Border Trade.
Assalamu alaikum. Like Haliru, Secretary of Finance.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ibrahim Igaski from Coalition Civil Society Organization, Kebbi State.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Kassim from Wako Tribes Limited.
Good morning, all. My name is Richard Samuel, Hassanat CSO, Kebbi State Chapter. That's what I said.
Morning, all. My name is Farooq Shai from Wako Tribes Limited.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdul Karim Ibrahim, State Manager, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, Sweden.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Ibrahim Bello Jikandidi from Waziri Omar Polytechnic Kebbi and also representing Kebbi Concerned Citizens.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anthony Jacob. I'm MD Zora Global Investment.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Shehu Mohammed Zauro,
Legislative aid to Honorable Bello Lisco, the National Assembly.
Assalamu alaikum. Isa Abubakar, Kebbi Home Savings.
Assalamu alaikum. Awale Huza Kuku, Director Administration, Minister of Agriculture, Kebbi State.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Said Isa, Prime Minister of Agriculture.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anil Mustafa from Leadership of Democratic Concept International.
Assalamu alaikum. Nasir Kabir from NYCM.
My name is Abdullah Ibrahim, representing the initiative.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Professor Tukur Dukuzolo, Federal University.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abubakar Usman from Ministry of Commerce.
Assalamu alaikum. Minister of Commerce.
Good morning, all. My name is Denjuma Shewa Margan, Community Liaison Officer for GB Foods.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rebecca Bako, Community Liaison Officer, GB Foods.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Megara Abdullah, the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Agriculture.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Shin Baide, Director General of GIDA.
Okay. Having taken all introductions, I observed that our menu is complete. We have the rice mills, we have the tomato processing companies, we have all the other ingredients that have to do with food security in our midst. So we have full house. Let me quickly acknowledge the presence of those following this program online. We have hundreds of them joining us from the various platforms. I can see those on YouTube, those on Facebook, and other platforms. Can we have quick introductions of? Those joining us online, please can introduce themselves.
Assalamu alaikum.
You have the mic. Please go ahead.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Engineer Dr. Kabiru, the Executive Director of ABMD Global Innovations Limited.
Abubakar Sadiq, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
My name is Abubakar Sadiq Saadu Fakai, the youth leader of APC Northwest and also MD for Bafaki International Ventures.
Calling from Abuja.
Calling from Abuja. Still from Abuja.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Next. Alhaji Salami. From where? Okay, we'll upload that. Next. I'm Hassan Wara. Oh, okay.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, all. Yes, my name is Ehime Charles. I work with the Health Workforce Management Agency. My name is Ehime Charles. I work with the Health.
I say, if I click, they will see me. Let me dress first.
Next. let us look at the course of the proceedings. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my lords, spiritual and temporal that are here, distinguished personalities. I would like to call upon the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Budget, Economic Planning, the ministry that is spearheading the economic direction of Kebbi State, to please come forward, present your address, and formally declare the round table open. Dr. Abba Sanika, please join us in welcoming him to the platform.
Our lead speaker, Vice Chancellor of Al-Qalam University, Professor Yauri, Royal Highness, District Head of Combat, Local Commissioners of Justice, Environment, Solid Minerals, Information, Commerce and Industry, Lands and Housing, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Our Permanent Secretaries, representative of the Nigerian Customs Service, representatives of CSOs, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start off by welcoming everyone on behalf of the convener of this roundtable, His Excellency, the Governor of Kebbi State, Senator Abubakar Atiku. He would have loved to be here personally, but a conflict in scheduling meant he has to be in Abuja. Nonetheless, he is keenly following and awaiting the outcomes of our deliberation. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's gathering is as deliberate as is the choice of discussants and invitees. Government of Kebbi State understands the urgent need to industrialize, just as we want to do so within the context of our comparative advantage, which is agriculture. The recently ratified African Continental Free Trade Agreement, whose implementation is imminent, makes this gathering not only timely, but essential to Kebbi State. Since we border two countries, making Kebbi a route for trade in both directions. His Excellency hopes that this one-day event will serve as a platform for honest debate on our advantages and limitations to industrialization within the agricultural sector. The outcome of our deliberations will no doubt guide policy formulation on trade and industrialization. Before I finish and declare this gathering open, I also want to share with this gathering the imminent launch of our plan and our wider industrial policy scheduled for this quarter. As a responsible government, we recognize the urgent need to industrialize while boosting trade, such that we may better the life of our general citizens. So on behalf of the Governor of Kebbi State, His Excellency Senator Atiku, I declare this 2021 Economic Roundtable open, and I pray that the outcome of our deliberations will be to the betterment of Kebbi State and Nigeria as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning in Kebbi State. I will now hand over the proceedings to the lead operator, Dr. Kabir Kamba, to continue the proceedings. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, gentlemen. Once again, welcome to this occasion. But of course, it is very important that we understand the rule of the round table. Everyone on this round table is equal. Every contribution is as important as anybody else's contribution. I announce that we should please put our phones on silent mode so that we do not distract anybody. If you have any intervention or contribution, just raise up your hands. The mic will be brought to you and you will say it as you want it. We are all equal here. We need objective contribution so that we have information to determine where we go. It is important that you understand the Honorable Commissioner has stated clearly that the topics or the theme for today is deliberate. It is very deliberate because we understand as a government where we have come from and where we are heading to. We understand our position in the Committee of States within Nigeria and outside this country. We understand our position and our advantages want to move these advantages to global advantages. And it is important that you contribute to the best contribution that you have. Now, why are we here today? This is very important. Every person here was surgically selected because you are all very, very important. You are very, very important people. And so we expect that you will provide the right kind of interventions that will help facilitate our trade. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement has been ratified by Nigeria. And we understand our position in Kebbi State. We are the closest location to African markets, Benin, Senegal, to Mali, to Niger. We understand this. And we want to take advantage of that in order that our businesses prosper and our states prospers. So it is important that we recognize that. We are here today to also evaluate our position in agribusiness and the industrial sector. Also assess the opportunities of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. At the end of the day, we hope that we will build and foster better relationships with all stakeholders in order to foster as a state. Again, at the end of this occasion, we hope that we will develop an actionable plan in order that we understand exactly where we are heading to. Of course, we also want to create among all stakeholders an understanding of a shared vision, and of course take recommendations. Most importantly, this platform is for us to collect feedback of what we have done as a government, what we are doing, and what we should do going forward. This is indeed an important change. In this regard, I want to go quickly to take a goodwill message from the lead discussant, who is the Vice Chancellor of Alum University, the former Chairman of the Governing Board of Federal Polytechnic Ede, former Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic University. Put your hands together for Professor Nasu Yahweh, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Actually, I don't know if I'm representing any corporate organization whose work is relevant to this meeting in a manner that I can give a goodwill message. But I think as an indigenous of Kebbi State, someone who is very passionate about its economic development, I'd like to use this opportunity not only to welcome participants at this roundtable, but to hope that at the end of this meeting, we'll be able to come out with strategies, workable strategies that will see the economic development of Kebbi State. Certainly, recent developments in Nigeria's fiscal federalism require that the 36 states in Nigeria should examine their local opportunities and should begin to design deliberate economic policies and directions with a view to raising their revenue, promoting economic activities in their states, reducing poverty, creating employment, and what have you. And so therefore, I wish you successful deliberations, and I join others in praying that this very important gathering will help Kebbi State with the way to develop and to grow, let me say, in the next 5 years. So I wish you well, and I wish you successful deliberations. Thank you.
Again, I need to inform you that for every speaker, we don't need any protocols. It is the rule of the round table. There shouldn't be any protocol for any intervention, just go straight to the point. We have a lot of things to do. Again, I want to call the Permanent Secretary Ministry for Local Government Chieftaincy Affairs to also give us a good message.
His Excellency, the Governor of Kebbi State, represented by Let me start by saying that I'm delighted to be part of this very important and to congratulate the Ministry of Budget and Planning for this well-thought idea. In addition to the budget town halls that were conducted in the last 2 years, I think this is another initiative to add value to those processes. As we are all aware, Kebbi State is naturally endowed with a lot of vast land for production of various food and cash crops. Kebbi State is equally endowed with solid minerals in commercial quantities. Now, coupled with the issues of COVID and other disruptions in the state economy, this meeting wouldn't have come at a better time than now. And that is why specifically the ministry designed it in such a way that key professionals from academia, private sector, and public sector, and other stakeholders have been invited to this very important meeting. My understanding of this very platform is to provide an opportunity for these professionals to key in their critical inputs that will assist in harnessing the potentials of Kebbi State. Like the last speaker said, it's our hope that at the end of this meeting, we will have a clear direction or roadmap for Kebbi State to fully industrialize. I've taken cognizance of the fact that in the last few years, the state government has embarked on agricultural transformation agenda through diversification in general production of crops in Kebbi State. My hope is that before tomorrow's meeting, which is budget town hall meeting, I believe most of the inputs that we are going to contribute will key into the finalization of the 2022 budget, inshallah, tomorrow. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to use this opportunity to once again congratulate Ministry of Budget and Planning for this important exercise, well supported by His Excellency.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary Ministry for Local Government. Finally, we will take the speaker to come back to give us this occasion. First and foremost, with education state is great endeavor. Secondly, great opportunity for me to express myself. Two, yes, all the good strength, put my heads together. Expose the potentials available for us. Exploit
and gentlemen, we are live on YouTube and Facebook. Go straight ahead to start our first session. The first session is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, Opportunity or Threats, and Mechanism. The lead presenter is Professor Nasu Yahweh. With him, will be leading that session. I also want to call on the district level member who is also discussing. Third participant third finally, Permanent Secretary, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Nasu Yahweh will set the stage to tell us what it means, what Africa Continental, what are the challenges of it, most important, what are the opportunities by in the name of Allah, most compassionate, most merciful. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon his prophet, his progeny, his companions, and all of us who followed in their footsteps. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have not come with an academic presentation or technical paper. Probably I will speak for like 10 minutes just to open discussions on the theme of the roundtable. Most likely from the experience of the discussants, more value will even be coming from the interaction than from what I will offer at the commencement of the discussions. But first of all, let me, as a matter of protocol, start by congratulating the technical assistant to the governor of Kebbi State on entrepreneurship and industrialization, and the permanent secretary, commissioner, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and all their team for initiating this, what I think is a beautiful idea of having an economic roundtable for Kebbi State, where critical stakeholders that have been carefully selected and badged to speak carefully selected names. I believe that the issue of agribusiness, industrialization, and the emerging African Continental Free Trade Agreement are very critical issues if Kebbi wants to reposition itself in the next 5 years or 1 decade. Let me start by pointing to the fact that my happiness in coming to this roundtable lies in the fact that when you look at the advanced democracies around the world, the economy is probably the most primary and most recurring topic of engagement between the government and the people. It's certainly not the issue of election or voting or what have you. The economy. The private sector is particularly important because the business community and the captains of industry are partners to government in economic development. Most of these democracies consider that government is not a critical investor. And that's why Nigeria is headed. Government does not push its money into hotel and tourism, into transportation, into mining, and so on and so forth. It is the business of the private sector, of the business community. What government does is to provide the atmosphere and this infrastructure and encourage the private sector to take opportunities, especially when they create the right business environment. And this is very important for government and for democracy. Because when the private sector and the business community is considered a very important factor in a nation's democracy, you see the economy is thriving. And there will be less frustrations. There will be less poverty and misery. And then you will find that government have far less people to contend with. And this is a very good philosophy. And I pray and hope that this state, with this initiative, will continue in that direction. I have made a statement when I was invited to make a good speech. Let me also just briefly and quickly draw the attention of government, especially at state levels, and more particularly in northern Nigeria, that honestly, state economies need to prosper. We need to prosper because there is an increasing tension in Nigeria's fiscal federalism. There are emerging controversies on revenue sharing, first between the federal governments and the states, and even among the 36 states, especially on issues of resource control, restructuring, and so on. As a person, I am not intimidated by that development. But as an academic, I think these developments are pointers to the fact that as a second-tier government, states must perform economically, states must be viable economically, and states must reduce their overdependence on federal allocation. You believe and agree with me that these controversies have generated unnecessary tension in the polity. They are repetitive because the states have remained largely unable to harness their potentials in order to develop their local economies. And this is really very sad. I think some of the recent reports on the Nigerian economy, only 1 or 2 states are viable. Only 2 states in this country are viable. And I know one of them is Lagos. I don't know if the second one is Kano, but only 2 states are able to run an economy, generate sufficient revenue to run without federal allocation. I think that is not the best way to go. Now, moving on from there and setting the agenda for the discussion, let me also quickly mention that Nigeria and all the 36 states, and this is a very rich country, we are not supposed to be poor. We are not supposed to be facing deprivation. We are not at all supposed to have a country where majority of states with local governments under them are not viable. I think the problem largely remains in the fact that abundant natural resources given to us by Almighty Allah have remained largely unexploited, and we have continued to overdepend on revenue. And that overdependence on revenue is necessary to that extent accountable.
from oil, we sell oil, we share the money from oil. We have abandoned everything that God has given Nigeria as important resources. Some countries, the only thing they have is the land that we have, even less, and they are doing well. Imagine Egypt. Egypt only has the river Nile. Then they dug the Suez Canal to share water, and then from the canals, they do irrigation. When they go to a rainy season, the agricultural output in Egypt is far higher than what Nigeria has done. I don't think that is good for our nation. This is one country with at least 6 different vegetation belts, from up north down to the riverine areas. These 6 different vegetation zones can produce different agricultural outputs. There is absolutely no type of that will not grow on Nigeria. But this is a country that is heavily dependent on other nations for food. So let me say that oil has made Nigeria unfortunately afflicted by the drought disease, which is characterized by a lazy and largely unproductive population. Believe me, most of us are not getting it. We are depending on our relations with government to take money and share us. We are waiting for people in office, politicians, to make things easy for us, share the money. We are not doing any productive, and without productivity, our revenues have dwindled, and our development and our welfare have always been compromised whenever there is crisis in international crisis. When there is crisis in international crisis, we find government 920,000 square kilometers, 200 million people. Japan, look at Japan. Japan does not have 1% most of them, their land is submerged in water. But because they are Japan is a leading economy in the world. Even America today cannot compete with the examine local opportunities for internationalization and take those opportunities and make use of them. And that's why I think it is time that states like Kebbi should promote industry, productivity, and trade so that we can reduce our reliance on federal allocation as well as increase our viability as a state. If we have the great minds to achieve that. I think it's certainly time we look around and begin to see the abundant potentials that lie around us, untapped and unexploited, which have the capacity to improve economic fortunes for Nigeria. Here in Kebbi State, we have abundant human and natural resources, very brilliant people. And deposits of natural resources to be able to create an economy that is viable. We have land suitable for agriculture and businesses. We have rivers for fishing and irrigation. We have the people and large deposits. As far back as the 1960s, the late Sir Ahmed Bello Sardauna of Sokoto had won an economic map of northern Nigeria. And one of the retired persons who is a program, it is now as a young man, take his book and give it to as a gift. Because I'm sure this book is not very much in the library. When I opened that book and I saw what we have in terms of for Kebbi alone, I just don't know why we have that strong with cement. Go and check around the Yama, Ali, Awuji, Musa, Riti, Pena, Bayawa, Tiki. We have Kaoli, what the Hausa people call Karbatako. Used for fertilizer, pharmaceuticals, food, ceramics, chemicals, plastics. Not one company. There is a need for government to partner with private individuals, private investors, to see that these things come. We have refractory clay all over Kebbi. High temperature bricks and tiles, furnaces, industrial chimneys, roofs. All these rooms are there. We have clay. Go to Giro, go to Akungu, and to some part of Suru and Buzalo
Find a fragile area. You can use it for this. There is not a single company who is doing this. Forget about gold. Small boys in my mother's village with me are picking small pieces of gold and they are using it. What opportunities have we utilized? If we are not careful, it will only attract to take proper control. I'm saying all this because we are speaking to agribusiness industrialization and possibilities in Africa. There's nothing else we will say except this kind of things, and I'm sorry, I hope I'm not offending anybody. We have phosphate, very important raw material for the production of fertilizer, phosphoric acid, Otucheka, and gas. They are all there, like we have salt, mass, tourmaline, mica, talc, beryl, silica sand, manganese, granite, alcohol. I'm sure the relevant department in the ministry of chemistry will have that. And if it's not there, I have the book from the late because there are more mineral resources we have to begin with. Where is the problem with industrialization, with job creation, with poverty reduction? Why do we have to wait until the federal government says, take this amount of money, and they will research and say, no, we're not giving it before we're not going to pay salary industrial activities? I think I'll take another 2 3 minutes. Initially, when I was taught I was going to speak for 5 to 2 minutes. So let me also suggest to discuss this statement that to reposition our economy in Kebbi, we need strategic framework. We need strategic framework for economic development in the state. And we need an implementation committee for that strategic framework. The Ministry for Budget and Economic Planning should develop a 5-year strategic framework for economic development in Kebbi State, which should identify investment opportunities in agriculture, mineral resources, technology, industry, and human capital development. This framework should identify the specific roles of Kebbi State government, particularly our mission here in providing the right business environment by doing the right rules and then the required infrastructure, as well as identify those various stakeholders, particularly local entrepreneurs, investors, post foreign. Let me finally speak a little about Africa continental free trade, which the Nigerian president reluctantly signed. Reluctantly signed, and it took him another 6 months to get that. I'm grounded in economic management. I know that globally we are moving away from protectionism to liberalization. But then when you study Nigeria as a country, you will know that there are reasons why the Nigerian government was not signing Africa. But let me say essentially that the agreement is an instrument of trade liberalization, which aims to remove trade and other economic barriers between I think about 54, 55. It means basically 2 things is over. Number one, manufacturers in Nigeria and get them across the board. I think that's why Kebbi said that we can tap into our opportunities, set up companies, produce output, and we can approach quickly. Or even the proximate Mali, Senegal, and other countries. And that will make the state very rich, which is true. And then let's also note that this agreement removes tariffs. I'm sure my brother here, you may have your concern. Because the Nigeria custom is one of, I think, among the top 5 revenue earning organizations in Nigeria. We have to do the cost benefit analysis. Are we prepared for the Africa continental free trade agreement? Are we prepared to remove tariffs and allow goods to freely flow across our borders? Are we ready to use the revenue from customs? Are we ready to take advantage of the agreement? And even if we use it from customs, our production can bring that loss of revenue.
farms in other countries have better production capacity and less production costs. Bamu da kamfuna, bamu da technology, kasa kirkiro kaya, mun ci gaba da shan mai muna da kuɗi. Muka bude wasu ƙasashe sai su shigo da kayan su. No, our economy is stampeded. If you are not prepared, you cannot survive. Remember, Britain was trying to exit the European Union. That is one of the reasons. So there's no problem with the agreement, but I think the government and state and federal government should take note of the fact that when companies from other countries bring their goods to Nigeria and they charge cheaper prices compared to our for local farms, certainly local companies. So that's the issue. Just briefly speaking, so countries must consider their relative economic capacity vis-a-vis other nations. Otherwise, they will be defeated by stronger farms, stronger countries, making it difficult for indigenous farms to. However, there is apparent opportunity for investors to come to Nigeria, considering the abundant natural opportunities we have for investment in this country. This will create employment for Nigerians, thereby providing reduced poverty. I think that states like Kebbi have lag behind the during this convention, during this, I see the company copying of Arabia, I see another company so I think we don't have any reason to worry about the discussion. But over the years, we have lagged behind industrial development. And I think the Africa Continental Region Agreement will provide an opportunity to Kebbi State to exploit its proximity to Niger and Benin and other countries, Mali, Senegal, to attract investors as well as discover markets. But if we are looking at that, we must remove local industry. Believe me, we'll come back later and say, so the free flow of goods and trade may create wealth, but let me insist that to enjoy the full benefits of African continental free trade agreement, we must be producers. We must be producers. I mentioned it times. We must look at our economy in Kebbi. We must work out modalities to establish companies that can utilize local materials we have for production. Liberalization to that agreement will just put our products in the economy to stability and their products and their investment. When we add this possibility to the loss of revenue from the abandonment or tariff, they imagine. So these are the salient points that I have raised. One, with respect to agribusiness, with respect to industrial, I think it's time. Raised some fundamental issues. The first raised the issue of potential resources in the state and also drew our attention to the need to have free most important, the raised threats. Are we ready to sacrifice revenue that we generate from the customs, which generates far more than any other institution in Nigeria? Are we ready to do that? Are we ready to open our borders to be liberal for other stronger economies to come to stampede our economies? These are some of the issues he has raised, very fundamental. On account of this, let the discussants probably make some interventions. For the controller of customs, are we ready to sacrifice this revenue? Tariff to
very much. The lead presenter also reads about the mental issue. Can we produce in the right quantity? What about discussing as a farmer? Can we do that? Hello, discussants. Yes, sir. That issue, resources available. To this, I have in my mind that we have a problem, especially this rural part of the country. Most of our businessmen sell sole operators. This create financial deficiency, incapacity, point of certain ventures. It open up some of that ideology of entrepreneurship. Let's create companies. Let's go global. The Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Human Resources, and so on. Seek expertise, capacities, identify available resources, provide experience, encourage investors, invest in those areas. Commerce gets there, doing, bringing the investors together for such a companies. This is structure of commerce. That was a proposal. We want to exploit cement in Kebbi, the betterment of Kebbi and Nigeria. When such is done, create an income for the state and direct income for the investors. The appreciation of trade can do a lot of good in one way, and it can have an adverse effect on the other side of the adverse effect will be that if you are not trading well, invested properly in the production sector, and up in the market,
so much in foreign countries to bring rice and other products. Forests in Nigeria. We have the wood. Why can't we do two speak in Nigeria? We cannot do two speak. We cannot do brush. We cannot do matches. All these things are not underestimated that you understand. Maybe majority of us don't have the knowledge, don't have the technology, but our universities doing. They should come up with education suggestions, advice from our government that we have taken advantage. What you need to do is go to our commerce. They should call their people, put their heads together, come back to where maybe keep part of that investment in other regions of the country. Income. Most of our business owners we do not have the highest financial capacity. That means our business people what we are talking about the Africa continental and what three, four, most conference. And that is a wide market. You can see people like we have seen Africa as a market that have been to Africa. And unfortunately, Africa is not yet. Coming back, how can we like small and medium? I can say that yes, we are prepared to one side. For us to know what is and take some of the feedback from the session one export so but for the micro small and medium enterprises they contribute 6% and they contribute and in terms of employment it's about 80%. So you can see the sector that governments are into because of the economic if you want to look at export from a SME perspective, because in Kebbi State, we only have 64 export with Nigerian export promotion. Only 64. And out of the 64, officially, we only have 0 export. Zero. We do have So the first thing is for you to register as an exporter. For you to do that, you must have a limited name. So our major exhibit so the second part is the cost of the business name.
businesses to export their products to other parts of the world. I want to use this opportunity to inform our business owners that the state government has gone into collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, who have collaborated with the Nikki Okoye Foundation in the Africa Enterprise Initiative. One of the products is that selected enterprises that are registered, that are formal, that have the capacity, will be identified and they will be nurtured for 5 years to be global businesses. This is a great opportunity for people in Kebbi State to understand what is going on. Again, he talked about a fund that the state should provide to further their abilities. I want to also tell you that Kebbi State government is developing an industrial policy framework which contains most of these incentives. And launched before the end of the year. You will have it through the Chamber of Commerce, through the Ministry of Commerce, it will be everywhere. And there will be serious incentives in that document that you must take advantage of. Again, he raised a very fundamental opportunity for investors in Kebbi State, that we need a packaging company. That packaging company will add a lot of value to our producers. And that will be a mechanism for influencing exports. So if you have money, you have a very deep pocket, invest in packaging in Kebbi State. There is abundant opportunities for you. As an example, you should know that we are among the largest producers of rice on the continent of Africa, and that this rice is packaged in bags. And that is also an opportunity. Invest in a packaging company in Kebbi State, you'll be protected, and it is an opportunity. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Commerce is here. He is also part of a private sector initiative that discusses challenges and opportunities in cross-border trade. Perhaps he might have something to tell us about what they are doing.
Assalamu alaikum. Let me quickly add to what Malam Nura said. First of all, let me apologize. I came a little bit late. Thank you very much, Malam Nura. Apart from what Malam Nura said, and in addition to also what he said, there are policy measures that are put in place in Kebbi State now, and incentives that will assist the private SMEs grow in Kebbi State. Part of these incentives are quick processing of land applications, free land industrial layout, provision of industrial infrastructure facilities in the industrial layout, that is water, electricity, security, provision of potable drinking water, tax incentives, especially for pioneer industries. Let me come back to the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. My Oga here, Professor Yauri, made mention of so that we cannot be stampede. There is presently an initiative, and this involves about 6 states: Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Kwara, Niger, and Kebbi State. Just last week, we held a meeting in Kwara State, Chikanda, and issues raised in that meeting was the issue of cross-border trade. I attended the meeting. The Hausa people say, I asked, what is there for? What is in there for Kebbi State? We are ready to support any initiatives as long as our people can benefit from that initiatives. And that issue, the states of Lagos and Oyo that are more enlightened than us took that issue very seriously. And with the help of Sarkin Shiko, I was able to be in that meeting. And Kamba, Lolo, Samia were recommended. They were recommended because, especially Kamba, is the shortest road to international market. And again, apart from being shortest, Kamba was for a long time ago an international border market. Discussions held here, so many things were said regarding Africa continental free trade. When we look at the likely benefits that we may likely drive from the Africa continental free trade and the support of people like Sarkin Shiko, who are already in the private sector business, this is an issue that the state will take very seriously. We have started collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce, NASI, and Consumer. Just last week, we also held a meeting with Sarkin Shiko in the office of the Honorable Commissioner, and the Chamber of Commerce have started mobilizing the private sector, the state. And inshallah, we believe with the assistance of each and everyone in Kebbi State, we tend to benefit from the Africa continental free trade, inshallah. Okay, sorry. A committee was also set up to look at the issues that may likely come up. What is the involvement of government, since it is a private sector initiative? And that committee was headed by, or is headed by Ambassador Oguntuasi. He will soon be in Kebbi with Mala Abdul Salami to discuss the gray areas in the establishment of the committee. And inshallah, Kamba will soon become a hub for international effort. And lastly, for the private SMEs that are here, the office of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council is established in Kebbi State now. That is just to ginger up the remaining part of it.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. We can now take some interventions or any ideas or contributions. However, for any person who wants to contribute should limit his contribution to 30 seconds or a minute at most. And of course, remember, there are no protocols. We are all equal participants today, right? Tell us your name.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Comrade Nafi Umar, Chairman, Youth Advancement, Reorientation, Councillors, and Advocates. Based on what Professor said, economy is one of the social important in any society. It's one of the social institutions in any society. And if economy develops, everything will be developed. But by observation, there is no way Kebbi is developed without security. We have Kebbi State. That insecurity is one of the challenges why we are not developed. So I have like people they want to or they want to establish business of enough finance is one of the main. So the government should look the issue of finance and the insecurity within Kebbi State so that our agriculture will be developed and issue of importing or exporting will be arise. That is my observation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll limit those interventions to 5, please, because of time.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdullah. Thanks for the organizers of this very important gathering. I heard during the presentation from the professor and our custom officer and our royal father also, they mentioned, I had them mention rights. I had them mention about registration, packaging. And thank God I'm here because I have something here which has been with me for so long. I have it in my car. And this we see here is rice. 1 kilogram rice. And what I see on the package is Rice Africa, www.riceafrica.com. Crown proceeds and backed in Nigeria by Rice Africa Technology Limited. Suite 1, ground floor, 77 Opebi Road, Ikeja, Lagos, Nigeria. And my thinking is that where are our business community, small scale industrial? Can this be said to be difficult to produce in Kebbi? Can this be said to be difficult to produce in Kebbi? So what this meeting is doing is to bring us together and think of ways out. I think we should start thinking in this direction as well. This is 1 kg rice from Lagos. It should be from Kebbi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. That also emphasizes the idea of a packaging company for those who have big pockets.
Thank you very much, presenters.
Your name, please.
My name is Ibrahim Gaspi from Coalition of Civil Society Organization, Kebbi. My question goes to the Ministry of Commerce. It was just mentioned that the process of easing a business for people in Kebbi State, they were able to provide some facilities like land and access to land and other facilities. I'm also looking at it at the perspective of the voiceless. You see that our communities, some of them inherited these lands, and they eventually, maybe in the course of pleasing to maybe companies, this land be taken and they be given to these companies. I don't know. These communities are voiceless. They have not been compensated because we know there are a lot of cases pending where lands were grabbed and be given to these companies. I don't know. And then the essence of this economic roundtable or consolidated economic is to alleviate poverty at the grassroots. So I want this roundtable to thinking so deep so that we can see an alternative where when this land being maybe been grabbed from or collected from this community, there is also a means of compensating them so that at the same time, this poverty can be eradicated totality. And then for still, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, I can recall in 1997, Kebbi State, we hosted a trade fair, which bring people from all walks of life. They came to Kebbi, they displayed, and then I cannot even quantify the maybe number of opportunities then that Kebbi State recorded. I don't know if maybe the state
can still, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and other stakeholders can still have a rethink of having such, because I know during festivities in the state, see people within the state or across the state, this country will be coming to Kebbi, and then at the same time they will be molested. They came with their opportunities, but at the same time they will be molested by maybe asking them to go back. I don't know. So the Ministry of Commerce and Industry should also have a rethink. These are, if we can revive all this and then integrate so that together we can achieve what we intend to achieve.
Thank you very much. Rapporteurs, be sure that you are taking all these notes, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Discussing Africa Continental Agreement cannot be in isolation without mentioning the Agenda 2063, which I think is the hallmark of the Continental Agreement. It happened 2013, and we are already about 10 years now that it is at this moment that we are discussing that in Kebbi State. I don't want us to shift attention to only trade agreements. Embedded in the aspirations of the Continental Agreement are two issues: prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainability, and Africa who is developed by people's driven, whose development is people's driven. So the answer to the question of whether we can forsake our revenue because of the trade agreement is better in the participation. We better be active in production than relying on the import revenue we are going to get. And to my mind, we are not very unproductive. Of course, we can see our people based on what the professor has said, that we are so blessed with the climatic condition that can allow us to grow all year round. Now you see our people engage in farming. What is a basic problem is what this gentleman has just said. We do not have good appeal for packaging. We do not have good appeal for standards. This is our problem. But production, we have production. We need to scale up to the level of commercial level. Most of us are just subsistence, and we need the guidance of the government. We need the government to support. We need the government to put us together. We used to have the commodity boards, which was taken over by the export processing zones. What we have for this catchment area is in Kano, and it is too far for us. So I want to advocate, let the government bring back the commodity boards. These commodity boards have two advantages to us. It brings the standard so that the people will now know what quality and what quantity do they need to produce for exports. Someone who produces rice in Gorangwaji would want to claim export standard. And the pricing is also affecting our own people. You go to the same market, local, and buy, then you can't differentiate between the price for exports and price for domestic consumption. For exportation, you need to have value addition into it so that you can now earn good money. Thank God, Malan Nura had given certification, so to speak, to Bakaba Rice. Bakaba Rice is good, but his own certification is not as good as the standard organization that can give Bakaba Rice certification so that they can produce and then export. We need the government at this level also to put our heads together, not just by meetings of such. Let us have that commodity board back as a matter of urgency so that whatever we are going to say here will be seen in action afterwards. Potentially, Bakaba is one that Malan Nura will enlist or will guide through to be one of the active exports. We have Zobo. It can go up to Australia, but because we don't have guidance, we don't have a good appeal for packaging,
So that is one of our limitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody on this side? Commissioner for Land, you want to say something, please?
Yes. Wanted to respond on what my brother Ibrahim has just said about the issue of lands. As you know, this is one of the policy of His Excellency, the Governor of Kebbi State, that whoever wants to partner with Kebbi State, maybe in bringing an industry to Kebbi State, that land is automatic. It's just for you to write to the governor that he wants to establish so company, so industry, and you want the state government to provide that industry or that company with a land. Immediately you write to the government, you always ask us to go and find the suitable land for that. He will pay the compensation to the landowners. Then eventually the letter of grant is going to be issued to that industry. So we don't have issue of land here. And as I said, it's one of the policy of this government to see how it can industrialize the states. We have a land now, which is set as an industrial layout. It's only made for industries that are coming into the state. So we don't have issue of land here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. We have somebody from the other side of the room, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I think we should also look into educating the local farmers against best practices, so we can meet international standards when we want to export. Because we all talk about exporting, but are we producing things that are up to international standards that buyers internationally, other African countries that produce, are we producing such quality that can meet international standards? Are the locals educated about these kind of things? So we need to put our house in order first before we can even talk about exports. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Information. Please take it to this side. Rapporteurs, please be sure you are taking these notes.
Assalamu alaikum. I wish to first of all commend the effort of the Ministry of Budget and Economic Plan for such initiative. And I want to make some observations. I think we got to be strategically focused on the institutions that will determine what we are doing today. It's a town hall meeting. The government of Kebbi would need to consider the need to have a coordinating policy institution. The Ministry of Budget could be custodians of policy formulation and policy implementation. Long before now, we did advocate for the need to have a Kebbi State Corporate Development Commission that would be responsible for all those intervention areas and development aspects, diverse across all the sectors of the economy. Those two major creations will help us put together all our thoughts and our focus on how to get about developing Kebbi and actually engineering the capacity building need for Kebbi State. I have listened to contributions from the discussants. Let's not put the cart before the horse. Let's not focus on exportation of what we produce. We don't seem to have that capacity to compete with international companies. Their cost of production is substantially lower than our cost of production. So in the international market, we will not be capable of competing favorably with those companies that are exporting into Nigeria. We have enough market within Africa, and particularly within Sub-Saharan Africa. About 10 years ago, there was this intervention by NEPAD, New Partnership for African Development. I was privileged to have chaired Kebbi State chapter in the development of the concept for Kebbi, for New Africa Partnership in Development. Those reports are in the custody of the government of Kebbi State. Nothing has been done about all our findings. I would advise that the government should actually dust off those findings and see what are those attributes of our potentials and our prospects. I must admit, what we are lacking is the ability to exploit the potentials. Definitely there are prospects and potentials in Kebbi. We may not have solid mineral in commercial quantities, but all the same, the little we have, we can actually take advantage of the smaller market within the sub-Saharan market. Just behind Kebbi, within Kebbi, behind Burning Kebbi here, there's what they call the black stone being exploited in Bagudo area. That is being used by the Chinese government to produce track for railway tracks. And the entire concept, the entire what is dug in the area, including the soil and the black stone, is exported all the way to China by the Chinese in collaboration with Nigerians. A company is doing that. Kebbi State government has not participated in financing or taking benefit of that exploitation. And when that, including the sand, when that black stone is taken to Lagos, Lagos State takes benefit of making, on average, about 70 million, being the exporting state. Kebbi State does not have even 7 million out of what is the proceeds for that exportation. That is very sad, including about more than 8 Chinese that have been employed in that exploitation. Even pay as you earn tax is not being paid by the Chinese indigenous. So there are so many prospects. Recently, we noticed Zamfara state government is packaging gold for exportation. Zamfara may not have as much more gold than we have in Kebbi State, but not much attention is being paid to the deposits of gold in Kebbi. I would want a situation where we have an institution, like I said, Kebbi State Development Corporation, to take responsibility for coordinating all those bits and pieces of potentials in Kebbi. And they would be in a better position to actually put together this kind of roundtable and extract and take to the next level. What are those prospects that should be exploited in Kebbi? The aspect of policy formulation, policy implementation could be under the custody of the Department of Planning under the Ministry of Budget and Economic Life. So together, we would have a strategic focus and procedures of how to go about developing those prospects we believe should be consolidated in Kebbi State. Like somebody talked about trading, border trades. Yes, Kamba area, Lolo and the rest of them. There was a time we did talk about border trade development. We talked about a situation whereby goods and materials are being imported or rather smuggled into Kebbi, across border Kebbi to Kano, taken to what they call Kantimkweri in Kano. Those goods are transported through Kebbi to Kano. Women go to Kano to buy those back to Kebbi for sale on a retail basis. If we have the advantage of focusing on the trade here in Kebbi, we would be attracting buyers for those things and develop the concept of a border trade. Let's attract industries and traders into Kebbi. That is what would eventually attract investment in Kebbi. Not really looking for the little we have been doing, because for the last 30 years, we've been talking about, since the first government in Kebbi, we've been talking about onions dehydration. Currently, there is a company near the airport in Aleru working on onion dehydration. I've had the opportunity to meet and discuss with them. And what they did say was they are lacking in capital to complete their investment. But they have produced samples of onion powder, tomato, and pepper. And they have marketed their produce to different hotels in Nigeria. And by their estimate, the onion produced in Kebbi is not adequate for them. They need to import more onions to feed their industries. So governments should actually put heads together with private sector to see how best we can introduce onion dehydration, and instead of allowing these onions to actually rotten away, we should produce more of these onions. And we should, somebody has shown us a sample of a convenient packaging of rice. This can be sold across our institutions, the universities and the rest of them. There's plenty market for what we produce without necessarily focusing on exportation. Whatever we produce can be consumed locally. We have produced under the Uncle Barrows program. And a lot of people came to Kebbi to buy rice. We have no register of those who came to buy rice. And I can tell you the expected produce tax that should have come, our projected program on the budget was to generate 6 billion, but we didn't generate 1 billion out of what we were. So what we are lacking is the capacity to manage our resource and manage our revenue control. Kebbi must generate revenue to sustain itself. The fortunes of oil is gone. Look inwardly to see how best we can strategize to develop our economy without being totally dependent on federation account.
Thank you very, very. Nobody should be surprised from the quality of these interventions. The last speaker was a former commissioner for budget and economic planning in the state. And certainly, we take note of that. Thank you very much. Because we are out of time and there's so much to do, we'll have to stop these interventions and probably get to Professor Nasu to close the session.
Thank you very much. I have been thinking for quite a number of minutes. Because listening to conversations at this round, this meeting could have been taking place anywhere in the world in terms of the quality of contributions and the knowledge exhibited by contributors. This meeting will have been taking place anywhere in the world. So, but then I'm also confused that in spite of this caliber of people we have in the state, we are yet to really get where we should be. It is disturbing. But certainly, I think I will go away with the knowledge that we have a lot of resources, we have quality people in Kebbi. But when the Sarki was making his contribution, was just yesterday, I said, well, we have them in all places, in the traditional institutions, in government, in civil society, professionals, people are doing extremely well. We have the brains, and I insist we must get down to do something. I will only quickly maybe touch on some of the comments made. I know, sir, that sometimes people in uniform are not allowed to speak against government policy. But I assure you that losing revenue from customs and excise tariffs will certainly register some critical consequences in Nigeria's income. Recently, when more revenue dwindled and Nigeria relied on FRS and customs revenue principally to pull out of the recession. And I know from our assessment of the reason why government was not too willing to sign the agreement, it became obvious, and there were enough evidences to suggest that Nigeria is the last country now to have signed that agreement. Government finds your work very important. We are very, very afraid that, okay, if we lose customs revenue, what are we going to get from the free flow of goods and services? That has been a very critical issue. Our royal father, the Sarki Shiko, I appreciate your passion and understanding of the challenges, the economic challenges in Kebbi. Your suggestion on a technical partnership between academics and other technical experts and Kebbi government, I think, is a very, very commendable suggestion. I think needs to get democrats, especially in industry. And I listened to my brother Nasme. I cannot agree less or more with him. I've had engagements with them in the past, and let me say, and you know you did on SMEs. No, development is perhaps the best industrialization and development policy in Nigeria. You will have no option. You see, in most of the researches we have done in the university, the conclusion is that Nigeria is a resource-scarce country. Of course, I mentioned we are wealthy. We have the resources, we have the people, we have everything. But then you cannot get enough funds to invest in very large companies. And so therefore, big companies are only a small percentage of the total number of companies operating in Nigeria. Let me say, because in my opinion, as an academic, I think Nigeria's wealth is largely misplaced and misused. So we cannot generate the large investments that are required to drive Nigeria's development. So what we need to focus on, like the government of America did at a point in time when it was having problem with the black communities, was to emphasize small and medium enterprises. This, you can form thousands of them, and if they are into small technology, small production, they will register multiplier effect. And they can provide more jobs than large companies can provide. So I think your work is very, very important. I don't know, you need to really intensify your engagement with government so that we see how SME will be able to drive development in Nigeria. Generally speaking, let me say that I think, again, from my own assessment of the discussions here, I think we must insist that we need to go beyond these meetings and beyond talking. Let's get down to real action, because I believe we can do it. We have the people, we have the ideas, we have the knowledge, and we have the resources. When Japan wanted to register its name among 1, 2, 3 most developed countries in the world, it closed its borders and it get down to work. It brought people from all walks of life, gave them the knowledge and technical capacity, and brought them back to implement what they have learned. And by the time Japan opened its economy to the world, there is nothing anybody can do to stop growth and development in Japan. I think we need to get down to work. After this meeting, let's take what we have taken as lessons, as way forward. Let's see concrete actions coming up with respect to economic development of Kebbi. I've listened to the PAMSEC. I think the only one question I wanted to ask him, whether this industrial layout he has mentioned, it is ready, and do we have companies cropping up there? If you have the layout, on which I'm sure the government must have spent a lot of money to do that layout, provide electricity, construct roads, provide water, what have you, and yet not many companies are coming up there. So you just need to ask further questions, especially in budget and economic planning. Is it a problem of funding? Is it information about investment opportunities? Or even is it about security? Because one of us mentioned the issue of security and its right. Why is it that in spite of the government effort to establish an industrial layout and have spent money to provide the layout, why is it that we are still not seeing many companies coming up? And so the youth leader is very right about the security. The man in suits said there are other objectives of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. I agree, but those are only expected outcomes, inclusive growth, this and that. But the fundamental issue about the agreement is basically about the free flow of goods and investments across the African continent. Participating countries will certainly do a cost-benefit analysis if they want to go into that. Whether those outcomes are possible after the borders have been opened, and whether or not the total outcome of the implementation of that agreement will be positive to Nigeria, its people, and its economy. I don't want to say anything after Waziri has mentioned so many things, including suggesting the emergence of some commissions to push for the development of companies, and he has mentioned cost of production. There are quite a lot of beautiful suggestions, and I think I will encourage these young persons I have seen in the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, the commissioner, and especially the technical advisor to the governor on the matter, to see what they can do in the next few years to get some things registered on ground. With respect to one, the establishment of SMEs, there are critical areas, even Waziri has mentioned some of them. How do we get people into those areas? You need to have probably a commission that will engage stakeholders, that will engage investors, and really get people to come down and spend their money in Kebbi State to establish companies that can, exploit some of the natural and human resources available to us. So finally, let me congratulate the organizers, because really you are deserving of very big congratulations. If we continue along this path, I have the feeling that perhaps we'll get somewhere very soon. Otherwise, in the past we have talked and talked, but at the end of the day, there is nothing on ground to actually justify what we have been discussing about. So thank you very much for the opportunity and inviting me.
Thank you, Prof. 30 seconds to have your last word. 30 seconds.
Very much. Prof, thank you very much. Let me start from what you said just now on the issue of industrial layout and why companies, we realize and we have taken note of that gap. And just last week, we directed the investment company an investment promotion unit in the investment company. In relation to what the former commissioner was saying, that to set up a corporate development commission. What we intend to have here is investment promotion agency in the state, inshallah. And somebody mentioned the successes recorded in trade fair. That initiative is on right now. There is Sokoto, Kebbi, Zamfara, the trade fair held last year. It will hold this year, inshallah. On the land, the commissioner has already said something about that. If you allow me to add just for about 30 seconds. The industrial layout has been there for about 20 years or more. And to the best of my knowledge, we had never had issue of non-compensation or people not being compensated. We don't have that issue in Kebbi State.
Issue of documentation is very key. Border trade across the border, and just I have said, as I have said earlier, contributions to revenue from West African states and Africa are so small to the revenue, and I still stand by it. Most revenues that came in are from product of origin that comes from advanced countries, machineries and others. So we can do without revenues that are coming from West Africa and from other rest of African countries. Thank you very much. So don't be afraid of it. Go out and make a Kebbi State.
Thank you.
My last words and call is on the Chamber of Commerce to utilize this forum thereafter and make sure that we come up with something substantial that Kebbi people will be proud of. Thank you.
All right, my last word would be that a lot has been said about government, but we should know that it is not the function of government to create enterprises. All they need to do is to create enabling environment for these enterprises to thrive. That's number one. And then two, when it comes to financing, to be fair to this present administration, they have done quite a lot in terms of financing. We have had the COVID-19, a lot of people have gotten loans without even passing through difficulties, like 1 million, 2 million, we have seen that. And we have also seen the AGMES where a lot of people got maybe 5 million, 10 million to start off their own businesses. We also have the CBN intervention in terms of the export, about 50 billion, in which 5 billion has been disbursed. We also have the Nexim Bank that is willing to finance exporters, and even the state, if they want to support exporters, they are willing to give 1 billion, and then the state will give 1 billion as counterpart funding. So in which the state can have about 2 billion where they can finance their local exporters. So in terms of financing, I think a lot has been done for the SMEs, but more needs to be done. Thank you. That's my.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, here we come to the end of our first session. Can we give the discussants some round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll take our second session immediately. The second session is agribusiness in search for the optimal model for industrialization in Kebbi State. This session will be led by Dr. Teddy Ngu from GB Foods. Dr. Teddy, please, can you come up? Put your hands for Dr. Teddy, please. One of the largest company on the continent of Africa, located in Ngaski, Kebbi State. Prof, sir. Prof, that could be picture, Anna? Picture, yeah. Picture, please. Oh, no. Okay. Please, sir. Prof. Just a picture. Dr. Teddy is here on the podium. Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture. Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture. Hey, someone above that, sir. Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, can you please come up? Have you gotten that? This one. Lala became a professor Nasiru. Okay. Dr. Teddy, please can you sit in the middle? Again, Honorable Commissioner for Justice, Hajara Matugulma, can you please come up? Dr. Ibrahim Shehu. Dr. Ibrahim Shehu, Kebbi State University of Science and Technology. Alaji Abubakar Shehu Geda. Alaji Abubakar Shehu Geda, see around. And finally, Habiba Suleiman, please. Habiba Suleiman is from Wakot. Gentlemen, the second session is about to start. On the panel, we have Habiba Suleiman from Wakot. We have Dr. Ibrahim Shehu, Kebbi State University of Science and Technology. Haji Ramotu Suleiman, the Attorney General of Kebbi State. Ramotu Gulma, sorry. Oh, great. Haji Ramotu Gulma is sitting on the panel of discussants as an entrepreneur. And the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture. You're welcome, gentlemen. And the topic is agribusiness. It will be led by Dr. Teddy Ungu in search of the optimal model for industrialization in Kebbi State. Are we getting it right, Doctor? Are we doing very badly? Where are we heading to?
Thank you very much. All right, okay. Thank you very much. It is an honor and a pleasure. Thank you, my brother Kamba. We met for the first time today, but we've been speaking on the phone, and he's made sure that he drags me in. Just a quick introduction. Are we together? We have a lot of people speaking in the corner. We have a lot of side meetings. Are we all together? Are we together? All right, okay. So I think we're... Agongo and Guado are also fighting. I think Zulu is also trying. So who wins? And having spent so much time trying to bring investment in the state has not. Hello, okay. So when I'm giving some of these topics, I always like to go back to the meaning of these words. And the one word I chose, optimal means. Optimal means, and I think things are best when you use what you have to get what you need. Now, it is easy for us to come and sit here and talk, but we have a lot of noise in the background. Can we reduce this? Okay. So it is best when you use what you have to get what you need. What do we have in Kebbi State? We have people, men and women. Over 50% of Kebbi State is made up of women. 2, we have land that is largely arable. 3, we have water. Niger River flows through this state. A lot of it flows through Kebbi State. We have some good roads. A lot of roads still need work to be done, but by and large, we have a few good roads. And the last group of speakers spoke about proximity to the international market through Niger Republic, Burkina Faso, Benin, and further along. If you look at the water that flows through the Futajalon, I've been to Kamba and I've seen boat builders and boat riders taking the boat with goods from Kamba right through to Mali and Guinea-Conakry and Gambia from Kebbi State. So there's access. This river gives you access to the market. Let me just dwell on one of these things you have, land. You know, when people talk about the basics of economics, we also talk about land, labor, and capital. Now let's just look at land for a moment. With this land, Kebbi is a prominent producer of cereals. What are cereals? Rice, sorghum, millet, maize, etc. With this land, Kebbi is a prominent producer of horticulture, onion, peppers, and truth be told, Kebbi did not realize it had the potential to produce a lot of tomatoes until GB Foods came along. Now, the single largest farm of tomatoes in one place in Africa is in Kebbi State, in the Yauri Emirate, down in Gaski local government. And I did not see the secretary to Gaski local government. Is he here? I didn't see the secretary. I didn't see the secretary to my local government. Okay, in terms of pulses, you have soya beans and stuff, and you have peanut. Now, just so you realize, the best peanut in Nigeria comes from the market in Yauri. People buy peanut here to blend with peanuts from other parts of the country because the best peanut is Yauri peanut. You see Chinese, they come into Yauri and they stay weeks and they load trucks, 3, 4, 5, 10 sometimes, carrying peanuts out of Kebbi State. And we don't realize that. Of course, Kebbi is now going to root tuber crops with cassava. And I'm waiting to see how that cassava will look. The one I saw at the last agric show was very healthy, very chunky. And if Kebbi can get cassava right, Kebbi will go into a lot of places. So we talked about some of those things that Kebbi had. What do you do with this? As I said, optimal means best, making the most of what you have. So what do we do? How do you do with these things that we have? We have mostly sold as commodity. Yes, we're doing that. With no value addition. So people would thresh. The only value you see with that peanut is that people thresh it, put the shelled peanuts, and people carry it to Kano in Dawanu market for onward trade. Some people now come here to pick it up from Yauri. But trading doesn't really give you a lot of value addition. Trading, when you look at the margins in a product, commodity trading is very limited. It's 3, 4, 5%. The money is in processing. The money is converting these products into consumer goods and selling them. So when you convert and you do sales and distribution, that is where the profit is. There is some processing, but it's mostly toll. It's mostly toll. I've spent some time traveling around Koko, the Yauri area, to understand what people process. Yes, people may take some of the peanut and they squeeze it at home in domestic mills to get some oil, and then they do kuli kuli. And the kuli kuli from Kebbi, believe you me, I love kuli kuli, is some of the best. And then maybe some toll mill production of rice. In a country that consumes 6 million tons of rice, we don't produce much from Kebbi, and Kebbi should really be the state that is producing rice for Nigeria and the rest of West Africa. There's very little industrialization. And if you look at it, the key industries in this state are largely 3. There's GB Foods, converting fresh tomatoes into tomato concentrate, and then that tomato concentrate is converted into a product you consume. And I'll be checking all the kitchens of your houses to make sure you have Gino tomato products, our product. There's Walcott, my sister is here, she'll speak later. They convert the rice into rice that we consume in the market. There's Labana. Of course, but it's still a small mill. So we're looking at heavy industrial production. I've been to Thailand, and I've seen where they build rice mills doing 3,000 tons a day, 6,000 tons a day. That is industrial conversion. Anything less than 1,000 tons a day is a toll mill for rice in Nigeria, for a country consuming 6 or more million tons of rice a day.
Dr. Teddy, excuse me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here discussing our future. It is important that you recognize that. You can't come here and be talking loudly, distracting the whole attention. Please, if you have to talk, you can please just go out. But you can't be here and make noise. Like we said earlier, you are very important personalities. You must recognize that. Please.
Thank you very much. So we have to encourage more processing, industrial processing, not toll mills, because the toll mills, a lot of the toll mills cannot supply beyond Kebbi State. So when it's talking about export and the wider Nigeria, and you have a toll mill, you really cannot do much. We have a massive plant. We expanded our factory down in Kebbi to 1,350 metric tons a day of tomato crushing. Believe you me, that is not enough to supply Nigeria. It is now the largest tomato plant in the country. It is not enough to supply Nigeria. We need 10 of those in this country. So if somebody comes and says, I'm doing 10 tons a day, they are doing it for one local government, not for the country. So you need industrial processing. If you are consuming 6 million tons of rice in the country or more, you need factories, you need about 10 factories or more doing 6,000 tons a day. So the environment has to be created to allow this large-scale industrial processing. Farming, of course, you cannot process, you need inputs. For us to process, we need people who can farm. Now, when we talk about farming, my heart bleeds because I spent last year, lost a lot of weight. I used to be pregnant. I'm now flat because of the work I've been running around all this day doing. We started off trying to work with 15,000 tomato farmers. 15,000. We enumerated these 15,000. By the time we went through the process of ministry screening, CBN screening, etc., we found political farmers, children, etc. The list came down to 2,400. By CLOs can confirm. About 2,400 or thereabouts. By the time we got to work, only about 400 got committed to doing any work. We spent money, invested we spent more than 30 million on the resources to just manage these farmers. Paid for trucks, everything, trained them, and all those trained extension workers and the full lot, and we could not get the committed farmers to do this work. What were the challenges? A lot of farmers are used to taking free money from government and doing no work. Staying at home, getting alerts and not doing the work. 2, farming in horticulture is hard. You can farm rice and go home. Come back every week and check. Tomatoes is really gardening. You come in the morning, you check. You come at noon, you check. You come in the evening, you check. You got to do that. It is a job, like you're going to the office. You got to go to the farm every day and come back. And so some of them started up and realized how hard it was to do industrial tomato farming. And those who persisted, some of those who persisted made money. Any farmer who takes tomato farming seriously will be a millionaire at the end of the season. And the season is only about 4 months long. So our objective was to create millionaire farmers. So what were we trying to do? the state to go and look at what it is for your state and compare your state to various other states in Nigeria and even some countries across Africa. So what are the 10 things they look at when they come to thinking about the ease of doing business? Number one, how easy is it to start a business? I've been to Taiwan, I've been to Rwanda and a few other places. In Taiwan, you walk into the Corporate Affairs Commission. They sit in a U-shape. By the time you go through that U-shape in 1 hour, 2 hours, your business is fully registered. You go to the Republic of Georgia, it's the same thing. Same day registration. You get a corporate incorporation certificate, your tax registration numbers, etc., to start work. How do you deal with construction permits? You cannot build a factory without getting construction permits. How does this state, Nigeria has this policy. How does Kebbi State deal with it? Who are those who have to give this planning, these permits and licenses for construction to be done? How do you deal with it? 3, electricity. Is there power? It's a pain point for me. I am supposed to have power. It is not regular. I'm running this factory on diesel. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. When I sit here and I'm doing this, and I'm getting other African governments offering to pay for me to relocate the factory to the countries and give me free electricity. Yes? And I don't have free electricity. And I've heard the same complaint from Walcott, right? Registering property. Stand back. Can you hear me? Oh yeah, the power is back. Registering property. When we have lands here. It's my brother from Wara. Where is he? Ministry of Lands. Yes. Registering lands. How quickly, if somebody is given this land, you say when you did land for business, or they'll give it to you quickly. How quickly is it done? I know for us, it was quick, but I also know the challenges we faced. Getting credit is not something that the state does. It's something that you do with the banks. Some of these things are controlled at state level, some are controlled at national level. So this is a banking thing. Protecting minority investors. So if I have a smaller shareholder or if I invest in a Nigerian business and I'm a smaller shareholder, can the man use his local influence to oppress me? And when I go to the courts, will the courts protect me as a foreigner? Paying my taxes. When my taxes are calculated and I go to pay, would somebody call me to corner and say, this is your tax, 30 million, Abba, pay 10 million, give me 5, everything will be settled. You need the tax to develop the state. Trading across borders. Kebbi State has control of this. The federal government has control of this. But we also have control. We have a lot of borders around us. And we can move from here across all of ECOWAS. So if you make something in Kebbi State, you can take it into all the ECOWAS countries because the Futajalon Mountains gives us water that comes into the River Niger, and our boats can go right to that part. And I was very impressed when I went to Kamba, and I saw people making boats, and these people did not study physics in university. I did engineering at the university. I know how difficult it is to build ships, and I see people building it without having studied engineering, and it is working and floating. I take my hat off to them. Enforcing contracts. So are the contracts enforceable? And I'm looking at my sister because that's her purview. Can we easily contracts? And resolving insolvency. If I come and things go wrong and I want to pack my bags and go, would I go easily? Now these are things that the World Bank has defined. But when you come locally, we also have to define some things that work for us. We also have to think about some things. Security. Because when the World Bank was defining this thing, it assumed the world was secure. If you go to UK to do about these things and you're doing business in the UK, in Rwanda, in Ghana, you don't think about security. I have been to the northernmost part of Ghana. And we finished just at the border of Burkina Faso, in a place called Poualougu. And we're driving down at 9 p.m. Our target got punctured. I was with 4 Oyibos. We got out, my Oyibos were smoking their cigarette. They patched the tires and we continued. We had no police escort. We had no police escort. Can I do that driving at 9 p.m. from Zamfara to Kebbi? No. And what can we do about it? The people who can do something about it are in this room, especially our traditional leaders, who can put and enforce some of these things. Security is number one. So if people don't feel secure, they will not come. You can give all the incentives. You can say, I'll build a factory, come and run it. They will not come. Good roads. When I get into a car and I fly from Accra to Tamale and I'm driving up to Kwalugu, Upper East, the road is tarred. When I get from Accra to Tema, the road is tarred. When I'm in Kigali and I'm driving, the money is from tourism. From Kigali, the capital, I'm driving to Uganda in the border, the road is completely tarred. Rwanda is landlocked. And they are producing things and exporting to other countries around there. Why? Because they have good roads and power, good health infrastructure. Hospitals, private hospitals in Rwanda are closing because government hospitals are doing a better job. Do we have a trained workforce? Do you know, and my brothers from the Yauri Emirate, who've had several meetings with the emir and even the governor, they keep saying, where are the people, where are the indigenous that you've employed? It took me more than 1 year to find a good locally trained agronomist. My brother from Wada knows, we discussed this. He sat me down in his office. He grilled me. How many hours was it? You grilled me for like 2-3 hours. Yeah, and he did the right thing for his people. But we sat down and looked. Even Alaji Sununu in the House of Reps, he called me. He said, "There people are complaining." I went and I met him. And I said, okay, these are the technical jobs I'm looking for. Find me any, I'll give them a job. I'll fast track them through the interview process, I'll give them a job. And the ones I've found, technically, who are sound in agronomy, in mechanical engineering, what have you, we have given them jobs. Because it is important that the local community feels the impact of an industrialization project in their community. But we cannot find them. We cannot find a good agronomist. We cannot find good tractorists. We cannot find good engineers to repair tractors. We cannot find good irrigation engineers. It is difficult. We have a center, we're struggling to find strong soil scientists. We had to go to the University of Sokoto to speak to some professors there to work with us to understand the soil. So you need strong hands. What are the universities in Kebbi producing? Where are they going? How can you have a graduate in agricultural sciences who cannot read and write, who cannot speak English? I have expatriates, people from different nationalities working on the site. The common language of communication will be English. But I have people who come there and they say they are graduates and they cannot communicate. What did they study? How did they graduate? How? We have to fix this. It's not President Buhari will fix it. It's not Abuja that will fix it. We have to fix these things in Kebbi State. The other thing is diversity and inclusion. And this day, it is a big issue globally. Diversity and inclusion. 52% of Nigeria are women. Nigerians are women. And that probably applies to Kebbi State. And it's probably more so up north. So maybe it's 55% women and 45% men. Look at this hall. Look at the hall. We have had 16 participants today talking. 2 are women. So if we're doing diversity and inclusion, we should be able to find 8 women who will sit on these panels and contribute. But we're not thinking about that enough because it is driven by men. And so we as men have to think about diversity and inclusion a lot more. And when I talk about diversity and inclusion, it's not just about women, it's about the youth. If you look around this hall, the average age, are we all together? Are we all together? We still have a lot of noise in the background. We don't have youth participation. Even when you I'm quiet for a while so that the others can talk. Shall I be quiet? Okay. So diversity and inclusion means we need to have our youth involved, have our men continuing to be involved. But if they are not involved, how do you cannot have a country where you exclude 55, 52 to 51, 52% of your population. It's like going to the boxing ring and tying one hand and expecting to fight and win. But when I see in my farm, when I have 1,000 harvesters working on the farm during harvest season, 70% of them are women. And most of them They earned money for the first time ever in their lives, and some of their parents were coming to thank me. And it took a lot of effort. I have Rebecca here, who is our community liaison officer together with Danjuma. Rebecca had to spend a lot of energy persuading our brothers and our fathers in the village to allow their daughters and wives to come and work. But when they started working, they were happy. So people are now including diversity and inclusion as an assessment as to how you treat in your community. So use, when I say for optimum performance, you need to use what you have. And you cannot exclude your youth. You cannot exclude your women and being optimum. So we purposely look at all of these things about ease of doing business, plus the other things that are relevant to our own communities, and ensure that people who come to do business here find it easy to do. So if we're going to start building capacity, let's take a root and branch look at our curriculum. Are we training people that are fit for purpose? Are we training people for the industries you want to attract? Yeah? So, and we're talking earlier about strategic planning. This has to be embedded in our planning. When I first came to Nigeria, I was involved in developing the Lagos State strategic roadmap for Lagos Vision 2020. And believe you me, when Ambode was being released from government, they say it's because it's not following the roadmap. Lagos State is following that roadmap and followed that roadmap to a T. They had a project management office who met and every day checked that strategic plan and followed it through. So as we talk about developing a strategic plan, that strategic plan for industry in the state has to be done, documented, and kept, and an office, a project management office, run by a project management director, with the rank and powers of a commissioner sitting in the governor's office overseeing that. I come to the last page of my presentation. Now, one of the things in the space of agriculture that the former minister, three former ministers, Adeshina, who is now the president of the African Development Bank, he had was the staple crop processing zone. And there was a places earmarked for cassava, for rice, for different things. Kebbi was earmarked for rice, for a staple crop processing zone. Now that he has gone and become the president of the African Development Bank, he set up something called the Staple Agricultural Processing Zone. Now, SAPZ or SAPZ. Nigeria got $520 million for phase one. And do you know what broke my heart? In phase one, Kebbi State was not there. Kebbi State was not included. It broke my heart. Phase two is about to be launched. Guess what? Kebbi State is not there yet. But Commissioner, I'm watching you. I know your house. I know where you park your car. I know everything. I know where I will vote for you if you're not there. And what does that SAPC get? You get money for infrastructure. They will help to build roads to those industrial areas. And what do they need? They need an processing, industrial processing. It's to support industrial processing. There are 3 companies that do large-scale industrial processing. I mentioned it. Not to take anything away from those with toll processing capacity. There's ourselves, there's Walcott, there's Labana. I think the factory that Dangote is building is not yet ready yet. So imagine if the African Development Bank brings some money into Nigeria, and part of that comes to Kebbi, to develop 3 SAPZs, or maybe 2, one for rice and one for horticulture around tomatoes. What impact that would create? It means the roads to those farms and to the farmers we build, light and for these areas and stuff. And school will do the work. But this can only happen if we apply as a state to be part of this program. I have, through my own contacts, reached out to different people in the state, alerting them that last week I was with the Minister of Agriculture, and they said the window is a short one, maximum 4 weeks to get into phase 2. So let's try and get Kebbi into this program so that it attracts investment. If the African Development Bank is here, people will say, oh, If the African Development Bank is putting money into Kebbi State, maybe Kebbi is safe. And believe you me, I always believed that Kebbi State was one of the safest states in the north. Maybe recently when we had the kidnapping in Yauri, it scared us a bit, but none of our expatriates has left. They're all still working there on the site. When they have to come, they come. When they have to go, they go. But we've beefed up security at the site. And the state governor, I must say, has done a lot for us. He's helped us ensuring that we have good. And the commissioner himself has helped us tremendously so that we have the right for these things. So that investment would transform agriculture as an industry in this state. Now we talk about industrial parks. For 24 years, it hasn't taken off. Yes. What do you want people to come and put in an industrial park in Kebbi town? Offices? We don't need offices. If they are not in Yauri, put industrial park there. Where are they doing onion? They Jega people, best gardeners, probably the best gardeners in Nigeria. Cultural industrial park for them. Do we have an industrial park? Okay, Walcott has done something for rice. Is there an industrial park there to support them? We don't have. We need to create industrial parks around. We need to create industrial parks around the commodities where we have comparative advantages. Fisheries. Do we have an industrial park? Believe you me, each time I'm traveling to London, I carry smoked fish from Yauri. And when I go, my wife takes it and she posts it around to her friends. When people here have arrived, the first question they ask, did he bring some fish? So smoked catfish from Yauri is appreciated internationally. But do we have an industrial park to do the processing and packaging for it to be able to go out? There's work that has to be done. So we should think about these industrial parks that is anchored around the products that we consume and produce. It's not an industrial park for offices. If you're in Lagos, you can create an office industrial park. So people can come and have their offices around there. If you're in Ikoyi, offices for bankers, companies that want to invest in Nigeria, yes. But in Kebbi State, we have industrial parks around the commodities that you need to process. That's where it should be, not for offices. Now, the reason being this value addition happens in the conversion of the commodity into a product or a pre-processed product for consumption. I'm going to keep quiet so some of our friends at the back can talk. Okay, I think they're okay. Second thing, we need to work harder on security. And I know the state government or the federal government is doing something, but this is something that our traditional leaders have to do something. I don't believe, given now the time I've spent in this state, I don't believe that anything can happen in an area where the Hakimi does not know. I don't believe that. I don't believe you can go into a community and kidnap and the Hakimi cannot tell you who was responsible. My Ginga cannot tell you. The Emir cannot tell you. Within 24 hours, I can assure you, based on my own hypothesis and my limited experience of this state, that they will be able to fish out who is responsible, whether it's a person from locally or from outside. So we also have to own security from the traditional areas up to the federal level. Education. If you want industry to grow, you say one employment, our youths are not employed, they need jobs. What can they do? What can they do? We cannot continue to have a situation where our youths are largely good for being Okada drivers in other states in the south. It is ridiculous. This is my state. I'm angry when I see that. When I see a Kebbi indigene in Lagos or Abuja doing some kind of job, I say, look, your state has so much fun. What are you doing here? Go and farm. I get mad. I get mad because I know that young man can be a millionaire in his state. Why should he be down there riding Okada and being disrespected when he has wealth in his own state? So we need to think harder about how we educate our youth and make sure they are ready for the workplace. Of course, not all of them will be PhDs. Not all of them will MSCs. Not all of them will BSCs. But to whatever level we train them, Let them be ready for the workplace. If somebody can drive a tractor, let them be able to drive that tractor well. If somebody's a mechanic, let them be able to fix the tractor well. Whatever they are doing, to whatever level their mental capacity can take them, let's take them there and train them and build them to a way where they can contribute to the economy and contribute to their own incomes and their own livelihood. When I see the impact, some of the guys that I recruited from Kebbi, one of them, Abdul Rahman, he came to our farm from Kebbi State here, from Gwandu, Agungu. We trained him, he started working on the farm, very happy. Guess what he did? Of his own accord, he said he noticed that a lot of the people hiring from the local community are not speaking English very well. He himself, freely, not us paying him, is now going out to train them in English so that they can better perform. So when you train people, they themselves will begin to see the need to build capacity. And that gladdens my heart a lot. So, and this education matter is not just about us training the male child. I beg you, my brothers, my parents, my grandfathers here, give the girl child an opportunity. The truth of the matter is when we see our daughters who have succeeded and are doing well, we say, yes, that's our own. What about the one anamuni in your house? The one anamuni in somebody else's house, that's the one you're looking at. Oh, what about, yeah, Aisha, the minister, that's my daughter, that's our daughter. What did you do to your own daughter at home? Did you train her? When you go and see a medical doctor, which one? You say, yes, that's our daughter. What happened to your own daughter who was good in sciences? What happened to your niece who was good in sciences? What happened to your niece or your daughter who was good in these things? Did you give her the opportunity? Did you give her? I'll tell you something. One of the best consultants I've met in the UK is a lady from Kano. She's so good that she's working at Imperial College. Not any kind of year doctor works at Imperial College or School of Medicine. That's where she's teaching and working as a hospital consultant. Now, when people look at that, they say one anamuni. Make that one anamuni the one anamuni of your house, not of your state or your region. Train your daughters. Give them the opportunity. You cannot lock away 55% of the population and expect to grow. It will not happen. It will not. It will not. So let's start. Where is Dr. Kamba? So when we have this workshop next year, let 50% of our panelists be women. Let us see more women in the crowd also contributing. And above all, we talk about having a strategic plan, a strategic this. Any plan you have is a document. A plan only comes alive when it's executed. But if you're executing a plan and you don't have a baseline against which you measure, and you measure progress, it just becomes a talking document. So where did you start from? Where are you heading to? We have a business park, 24 years in the making. It's not finished. I heard about an onion pulverizing plant. I've been inside. It's not working. How many years has it been lying like that? Who is measuring these things? When you have a strategy execution requires strategy, execution, performance, measurement, and monitoring. So we have to look for a way of measuring and monitoring these things. And finally, we look at a case like Rwanda. Every quarter, the president sits with his ministers. Rwanda is smaller than Kebbi State. So his population responsibility is no different from the one of our governor here. And he sits with a commissioner. And you give a quarterly account of what did you say you would do? How far have you come? And where are you going? And that is televised, so everybody sees. So when you come to talk about your performance, again, your strategy, people know. The strategy plan says a 5-year plan. By year 1, this is where we should be. Where are you? Why are you behind? Why are you ahead? Why are you on track? You need to understand all of those things. So we need to understand performance, measurement, and monitoring once we execute our strategic plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teddy. You rightly cautioned that you will be passionate, considering your affiliation to our state. Thank you very, very much. I think that is a wonderful presentation. He raised some fundamental issues. Some are sweet, some are bitter. But that is the truth, all right? He told us how some of our products are the best around the world. And of course, that means we must take advantage of that and build on that gain. He also highlighted, despite our claim that we are some of the largest growers of rice, we have some of the largest producers of different products, he has the view that we have very few real farmers, very few committed farmers. I think that is a cause for concern. He is also encouraging us to have better agricultural practices. I'm sure the commissioner must have heard that. He has also raised the issue of ease of doing business. I am confident that what we are doing at the moment will be nice to you. You remember our industrial policy framework, you were part of validating that process. Part of that industrial policy framework focuses on ease of doing business. Some of the things that we want to do, especially for the fact that I heard some countries are wishing to take him away from us, we won't let that happen. We have an annual retention survey that will begin from next year. We want to be discussing with existing investors annually to find out who has remained, who is leaving, and why have they left. We also have an arrangement to do quarterly forums. Every quarter we meet our investors to find out what are their challenges and how can we do something to help. Perhaps you must have heard him talk about building infrastructure and so forth. I know you have ideas in public-private partnership agreements. Perhaps you might chip in to tell us what we can do, how we can go about getting things done, infrastructure like roads, energy, and so on. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Before I start, I want to commend Dr. Teddy. You've said everything. You've touched on everything. I mean, from the farmers that you have to deal with, from the level of commitment, you come in with all your passion and everything, and then at some point you get discouraged. But again, we will not be discouraged because this is our country. We have to develop it. We have to grow it, right? So the thing is, like he said rightly, it's about how are we doing these things better? What are we doing to change what the existing status quo is? We're just farming, we're just producing rice. Everything goes out to get processed and value added and exported, and the premium does not come to the farmers who do the actual work if you think about it. You know, so the question is, what are we doing as private sector players in partnership with the government to see that the environment is viable enough to bring in other investors? Where is a site where I can go to and see all of the resources in Kebbi as an investor and come and invest in whatever it is I want to invest in? Where can I get data if I want to come and invest in Kebbi? What is the supporting infrastructure in place for me as an investor to come and be comfortable in? You know, I mean, all of these things feed into how an investor is even attracted to a place in the first, you know, in the first instance to start with. He rightly spoke about SAPZs, you know, the special agro-processing zones that the AFDB is pushing. I've gone to uncountable AFDB meetings to discuss SAPZ, and I was the only person championing Kebbi. At some point, they probably thought I was from Kebbi because I was just shouting, "What of Kebbi, what of Kebbi?" They wanted brownfield investments. We have brownfield investments. And the thing is, how are we able to set up these investments in such a way that small-scale businesses are able to feed or plug into the infrastructure? You know, so we have a rice mill, we're expanding now. You know, how are we able to do this thing in such a way that people that are doing tomato small scale can come and benefit from the electricity we're generating from our rice husks? What are we doing to ensure that the road infrastructure feeds into people that are transporting? How are we attracting packaging companies to come and set up around the cluster? You know, so all of these things, if you think about, there's so much opportunity. And now this is AFCFTA. We have signed, by the way. So the discussion about we are getting into is a non-starter. We have signed. Business has started. Are we even ready? We're not. We're not. And the thing is, our borders now, we can't even stop it. Obviously, it should be an advantage to us, but the way it's looking like, we're not even ready. We don't even know to start with. Many Nigerians, many small businesses do not even know about AFCFTA. So hugely, I think it's a responsibility on our part. We're doing so much, but if you go and look at products from Namibia, smaller countries, look at the quality of their packaging. Look at the standardization. Several times we export products, it gets sent back to Nigeria because quality. They don't even trust our standards. Zobo that someone was talking about earlier, we've sent Zobo several times, Nigerians, it gets sent back. So all of these tiny things, what are we doing to tweak, to fix it in time for us to access the continental market? It's a $3 trillion market, by the way, 1.2 billion people. What are we doing? We have the resources, we have the land. What are we doing to access this market and trash it? Because we have the capacity to, but we're not doing anything. Everything is small scale. You come in with all of your energy. What is there to even support you and encourage you? Farmers, Dr. Teddy, we've had several cases with farmers. You give them input, you train them. They don't even want to give you back the paddy. They'd rather go sell in the open market. You're telling them, look, I'm going to give you quality input for this paddy. I want to buy back everything from you. Immediately you harvest. And they'd rather go and sell in the open market. So you struggle because you're here because there's the raw material here. You're here because you want to access and support farmers. But you're struggling. You do capacity building. The quality rice you suffer to have them produce is sold to other people because you're probably going to take extra time to pay into their bank accounts. And they will tell you, we don't even want, and you're trying good. So financial inclusion, that brings me to the point. You know, we want to establish structures where we can work via accounts. And now if you want to access international markets, this is what's going to be the case. But people will tell you, no, you have to pay me cash. I don't want any account business. So all of these struggles, it's a huge deal. It's a huge, it disenchants you if you think about it, you know? But again, like I said earlier, we will not be discouraged, we will not be disenchanted. There's so much potential that we have. Small businesses are doing so much. I mean, on WhatsApp groups, you see many people posting small products that they're trying to sell on their own volition. So what are we doing to support? What are we doing as private investors to see how we can also carry along this small business? But really, it starts with the environment. What is the environment doing to encourage us? What are we doing to provide infrastructure, road infrastructure, so we can easily access farms and expand our base? I mean, we're hardly sourcing enough of our raw materials from our farmers, in as much as we're trying to expand. A lot of it still comes from open markets because there's still so much to be done, really. And look at the African market now. Egypt, I remember around 2018, they had the case where they had issues with Ethiopia on the Nile River. So water was not going to, they stopped rice production, stopped rice farming. We could feed down markets. So really, I think it's a huge, this platform is a huge opportunity for us to even sit down and think about how, you know, we want to start even thinking, how we want to reorient our thinking process. And like I said earlier, I think it's a huge deal that we start to inform people and let them know that, look, trading as you know it is going to change. The market as you know it is going to change. Your market will be flooded with better quality products. Are you even ready? What are you doing to better package your products? What are you doing to better access markets? We have the market, we have the capacity. I love that you spoke about groundnuts. Imagine if Nigerian groundnuts was properly packaged and sold. On Rwanda, I remember they had packaged macadamia nuts, salted, beautiful. Why are we not doing that, really? Our plantain chips, that's so nice. You know, so really there's so much potential. And I think we need to exert more effort in even telling people that, look, you need to open your eyes. You need to open your eyes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, the opportunity for packaging is revealing itself once again. Probably in every session, you'll find that that is a great opportunity for investments. Perhaps, Honorable Commissioner, what can we do to improve good agricultural practices?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Teddy, distinguished roundtable participants, good afternoon. Good farming practices are what we are in now, seriously engaged in. And that is why, since the coming of this administration, we are targeting smallholder farmers, trying to reach out to them, to empower them, training them on a number of platforms on new innovations in farming, in improved variety of seeds, and how to prepare their lands, how to plant, and even timely planting, when to plant, and when to apply the fertilizers and the chemicals up to harvest. We some challenges initially in regards to targeting the farmers, because just like Dr. Ted said, many of those who are targeted were not genuine farmers, but nevertheless, lots of successes were recorded in rice production in Kebbi State. I'm happy to say that what have been talked here about is being seriously led by this administration. And we have seen agribusiness in rice thriving, right from production, processing, packaging, transportation, and the marketing. Even though there are challenges, maybe in terms of producing the rice in required quantities, but these are things that gradually will come to thrive in Kebbi State. What I believe is capacity, likewise Labana, and the drive in Kebbi State is what produced a number of these milling companies. We have so many of large, medium, and the small milling companies in Kebbi State as a result of the leadership role of the state in trying to see that agriculture is made to be a business venture. We have been informed here that African Continental Trade-Free Agreement are trying to move goods and services across our borders in Africa. Well, for the betterment, I believe, of our African countries, whether it is to be to our benefit or not, is something that requires our serious attention as a state and a country. Maybe there is need, like so many people recommended here, that there should be maybe technical committees on how to go about seeing to it that serious attention is given to even the goods that are being produced, how they are going to be produced, how we get investors to produce good quality products that can be marketable across our borders, because it's different to produce goods if they cannot compete favorably with those that are produced across African countries. It's going to be a challenge. We have also heard of the numerous challenges we have. Some of these challenges are not those that we can handle here in the state. But I believe the leadership, as far as agricultural transformation is concerned, in Kebbi State is going on, and all we are seeking to do people in Kebbi State to come and invest, and also invite their foreign partners to come and invest. We have so many crops that can be produced in commercial quantities, and that could be beneficial as maybe even revenue earning. The revenue we are earning in Kebbi State for our planning purposes is far inadequate. And I think this also goes to even the companies that are thriving in Kebbi State. By and large, I don't think they pay comparative revenues to our government. So there is need for a revenue drive through these commercial enterprises, both large, medium, and the small-scale enterprises. We should strive to see that we get revenue from them for our planning purposes. What I foresee is for us even in Kebbi State, because we know we are endowed. We have land both up and the lowland. We have waters across Kebbi State. We have everything. We have so many minerals, underground mineral resources. But how to harness them? What do we do? Where have we gone wrong? So I think our destiny is in our hands. If only we can come together and see what we can do. Government alone cannot do it. I think there is need for us as a state, because of the many potentialities that are abound in our state. And if those resources are harnessed, it will be a stepping stone. We are now being faced with revenue sharing in the country. And we have lots of things to do as far as government is concerned. The amount of money we are getting is far below what can be sufficient for us to even to take care of education, health, agriculture, development of infrastructure. So I think our drive in the cassava production as an alternative source of energy is something that we can seriously put energy into. Let's get investors, serious investors that can put in money, large sums of money. Invariably, maybe it will be another parallel to the fuel that we have over the years been talking about, that is now on the drain, and some people are even taking us to be like parasites when we have so many serious things that can be harnessed. If we talk of a gallon of higher in price than a gallon of fuel. So why don't we put our heads together? I believe government cannot do it alone. The small resources government is paying is being chopped up even by the personal emoluments that are being paid and the other essential services. So what can government do? But I believe our in the right direction. It is leading, it is showing the way. As far as agribusiness is concerned, such that if progress within the state, with all our stakeholders, like some people recommended, getting academics from the universities, sit together, give us maybe way out, maybe Kebbi said in agricultural practices. Let me to that. We have agencies under the ministry, and within the Ministry of Agriculture, showing our farmers how to do things, good agricultural practices. I think that is what is agriculture, showing the people how to do it, the best way to do it, the best inputs to apply, and what have you. And this have been doing. There are also agencies that are seriously involved. We have the ADP and other agencies also involved in extension services. We conduct serious trainings and the workshops in seeing that we get extension officers across our local governments, 21 local governments in Kebbi, so that wherever you go, from ward, district to village areas, there will be an officer who will, within the community, inform the farmers of new innovations as we get them from across the country. Thank you very much.
Even though you, Hajara Matu Bulma, even though you cautioned that you are sitting in the panel as an entrepreneur, the lead presenter made some, he wanted to know how do we have a legal framework that protects them, that protects their interests, the interests of investors. I think that will be a good interjection for investors.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Dr. Teddy asked the question, are they legally protected? Even though, like I said earlier, I'm still here as an entrepreneur, that matter, but I will answer his question. I'm sure in your agreement, phrases or clauses that would have taken care of parents in the event that you want to pack and go, which I don't pray for. I hope it shouldn't come. But I can assure you that the court have the free hand to do their work without interference from the state government. So therefore, if in your agreement you're protected, I assure you that the court will do justice in any matter. I'm sure there's a severance in your agreement. This is why in Kebbi State, you have courts sitting in the middle of bringing Kebbi, giving judgment against the state government. It has happened several times. Sometimes you go on appeal, sometimes you concede. That is to tell you the justice system is working well in Kebbi State. Because if the justice system is not working well, no judge will attempt to give judgment against the state government where the Attorney General is appearing in the matter. So that is the assurance that I can give you that you're well covered legally. Yes. So you want me to so then coming back to why I'm seated here as a small entrepreneur, as a small of rice in Kebbi, I must admit that Dr. Teddy has spoken very well about the challenges and the ways forward for this to strive well. The topic for him is industrialization, the optimal model. Yes, industrialization means it's a process whereby a people decide to change from one of being majorly agricultural producers to one based on manufacturing. And I think that's where Kebbi State is. We're originally just producers of rice, and any processing before now was done by women at their backyards with pots and firewood. Today we have so many industries, although you have limited yourself to talking about Wakot, Labana, and probably Lulu Gold. I can tell you authoritatively that we have way beyond 30 rice mills in Kebbi State. And those of us at the lower level of this production face way more challenges than the big mills. For example, rice in the market is sold for same price that I buy that Wakot also buys. In fact, if I want to buy rice in Argungu because I'm located in the same town with Wakot, if I buy 1 kobo below Wakot, nobody brings rice to me. In fact, some of them will even say, well, because my rice is good, Wakot gives me an additional 5 naira on each kg. And if you're not giving me that, I'm not selling to you. But if I tell you Wakot sells a bag of 50 kg of rice for 23,500 naira, and I sell for 21,000 naira, if I sell above 21,000 naira, people complain. So these are some of the challenges that smaller rice mills are facing. And for us to move forward, we must be assisted. And I believe I'm speaking the mind of many of the rice millers in Kebbi State. I don't think there's any one of us who has gotten any grant or even loan from both federal and state government. For I can say for myself that I know up to this moment that I'm talking, 3 years into production, I have tried to secure a loan as little as 10 million naira. The PAMSEC budget is a living witness to this. When I wanted to diversify from producing just white rice to purple rice, I needed a color sorter. And a color sorter then was 60 million naira. And myself and her went round to almost all the banks in Brunei Kebbi, looking for a loan of 50 million naira, and nobody was ready to give me because they feel some of them even came and valued the rice mill. Where is your collateral? They will ask me. I will say, the mill is a collateral. You can take that as my collateral. The land, the mill itself is worth 50 million naira, and other things, other infrastructures that are there. But my friend there, PAMSEC budget, do you know what color sorter is at that time? But my talk and this color sorter. So much so that she felt color sorter was something very small that she could ask somebody to borrow. She called somebody and said, please, can you borrow my friend your color sorter? Because it was a headache for me, for her too, because I was talking to her all the time about it. But nobody came to my aid. Nobody assisted. You talked about electricity. Electricity, if there is no light, I close shop. If there's no light in Argungu for 5 days or 7 days, I close shop for 7 days because I can't afford to run on generator on diesel. And that does not mean at the end of the month, my bill is anything less. It's still the same 350,000 naira that I pay, whether the light is there or not. And many of us are facing the same challenges. On top of that, if you employ somebody, he wants you to pay him the same thing Wakod or Labana is paying. Yet they know you're struggling. You're not operating on the same level. So for us to get to the level of industrialization, to call ourselves an industrialized society, I think the smaller factories of whatever it is should be assisted to grow, because we cannot completely rely on just 2 or 3 or 4 that you're talking about. We need to be given an enabling environment to grow too. And when we grow, we give the same services to the society. I have at nothing less than 50 employees in my mill. And I don't just do rice. Teddy, if you remember, sometimes ago I called you and asked if you buy tomatoes from me. I have greenhouses. I do tomatoes. I do cucumbers. I do bell peppers, which I know people are looking for here, but they are not available. And that's the reason that I went into. So I'm serving the community. Instead of somebody having to send to Abuja because he wants to buy pepper or green beans or yellow bell peppers or all that, it's here at your doorstep. These are things that we can all do. But, you know, if I produce my tomatoes, people want to buy it the same rate they buy tomatoes that is produced locally. And my tomatoes is not the same quality. That is why I'm calling you to come and buy my tomatoes. So those of us at the local level are having much more challenges than the bigger ones. And I think we're also doing well. Because if you go into Argungu market, for example, before you find 1 bag of Wakot rice, you would have seen at least 100 bags of Bakaba rice. Bakaba rice is in Kebbi market. You don't find it in Kebbi. You don't find Wakot rice or even local rice in Kebbi market. You hardly do. But people have shops where they sell only Bakaba and at a cheaper rate. So those of us who are struggling at this level should be encouraged. At least reduce electricity tariff for us, assist us with loans, at least if you can't give us grants. Take our places of work as our collateral so that we can also grow. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing. And there are many, many more of such challenges for those of us. And even the ease of doing business we speak about, there's nothing easy about doing business in Nigeria, particularly in Kebbi State. Some of this, to get NAFDAC registration is Herculean tax. To get SON registration is another challenge. Most of these people, they will come to your, Dr. Ogu has said it, they will come and say, if your tax is 20 million, give me, pay 10, and you will pay them and you still have to go and pay the official fee. So these are some of the challenges. We all know about them, and it's good we speak about them so that where we can correct, we'll correct and move ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hajara Motobulma, an entrepreneur. She's not speaking as the Commissioner of Justice. Remember, this is a roundtable. Everyone has the right to say what he wants to say, okay? We need to hear facts. Thank you. Increasingly, energy has been said time and time again as one of our major problems, energy. And certainly that will be considered. Finance too is, perhaps I would have to go to an academic to give us something probably practical or an academic perspective of what we're talking about. Dr. Shehu, Brian, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and please allow me to stand on the existing protocol already established. Let me appreciate and commend our lead speaker for highlighting some of the or the current status, let's say, of agribusiness in Kebbi State, particularly the breakthroughs that we already have in the area of tomato processing, in the area of rice production, as well as cassava also. At this juncture, I would really like to recognize and be joyful to be an agriculturist, because in Kebbi State, we have that notion, if it's not a medicine that you read in the university, it will be difficult for you to have a job. But hearing from our lead speaker, we are now aware and conscious that once you graduate from any field in agriculture, as far as you are not lazy, you are sure that you graduate with a job. I think that is a plus for those of us, or for the younger ones that want to read agriculture. But I also want to talk of the challenges raised by the lead speaker, not only by the lead speaker, but from our Honorable Commissioner of Justice also, concerning the issue of high default rate. I mean, Commissioner for Agriculture, concerning the issue of high default rate. Our lead speaker mentioned that they are experiencing a lot of problems concerning defaulting. They give out inputs to prospective young farmers, but at the end of the day, they default or they abscond. And I believe this is maybe lack of awareness, lack of education. And if you dig deep into what these youth eventually do with this money, you will be, in fact, you will not be happy. Most of them, if they have one wife, they end up taking the second wife. So I think all these things are maybe due to lack of awareness. Then concerning, talking about from the academic perspective, what do we do? Hearing from the moderator and hearing from also the first lead speaker, Professor Nasser, I think we are supposed here, what we should be talking about is about an actionable plan, a strategy that can move our state forward in terms of industrialization or in terms of increased productivity in our businesses. So that is exactly what I really want to point out. I have about 3 areas which I wish to suggest, because I believe that should be, our main focus. How does this state move forward in terms of agribusiness? The first area I want to suggest is the issue of ranching. What I mean, we know ranching is when you separate a particular area of land for the purpose of grazing livestock. You see, this is an area where we all know that Kebbi State has a comparative advantage or a comparative trade advantage. For instance, if and even at the national level, I believe the government is now encouraging our state to go into this area of ranching. And what are the advantages of this ranching? I know our farmers, traditionally, we transport our livestock down to the south. We don't need to do that. Let me give example. Just some few months ago, when the Farmers Association decided not to take our livestock to the south. I'm not saying that we should do that, but what happened during that short period of time? The value of our livestock skyrocketed, rose, to levels that you cannot think about. So what I'm suggesting here is that if we can encourage our headers, if you can encourage the livestock owners to practice this ranching, whose market abounds, the price of this livestock will definitely increase. And then the issue of agribusiness, we can easily establish our own industries here so that the products from this livestock, products like blood, products like hooves, products like horns, if we can establish industries here so that they can manufacture things like these buttons, like plaster of Paris, so many things that can be manufactured from the product. I think it's another way that we can encourage economic growth in Kebbi State. That is one aspect. The second aspect, talking about investment, the issue of establishing these feed mills, feed manufacturing industries. You will agree with me that for those of us that are into poultry and fish production, the cost of production for feed mentioned that Kebbi State is endowed with vast natural resources, be it land, be it human, be it water. But the issue is we are not exploiting these vast resources that we are endowed with. My suggestion, as I always used to, whenever I have the opportunity to speak in this kind of forum, Nigeria as a whole is endowed with very high number of fish species, more than 300 species of fish in Nigerian water bodies, more than 300 species. But if you go to the market now, you can hardly find more than 2 species, just catfish and tilapia. Why? We have them in the river. Our own is just to follow the technical process in their domestication. And this will definitely increase the productivity. I'm happy our Honorable PAMSEC, Budget and Planning, is here. I mentioned this is in one of the forums that I attended in the ministry, and she gave us the go-ahead to submit proposal concerning this kind of project, and we are working towards that. So in essence, I believe if these 3 strategies, because another thing is, we have several ideas in agricultural transformation plan. There are priorities, or there are elements that should be, adopted. Prioritization is one of them. We should give priority to those sectors, to those sectors that have direct bearing, maybe to the populace here. So that is why it is not as many plans to pursue. I think if we can prioritize the key ones that we feel have direct bearing on the populace, or that will bring immediate benefit, to the state, I think we can achieve that within a very short time, instead of having so much but not being able to execute any. I think these are my contributions. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. Your presentation made some suggestions of opportunity for investment in feed mills. I hope our business people are really listening. And again, you cautioned that you thought this would be, I mean, you wish this would be a platform where we come up with an actionable plan. Rest assured that that is what we are doing. At the end of the day, we will gather all these contributions and it will form basis of the action that will be taken, and it will be documented and probably sent to all participants, right? Thank you very much. Now we go to the audience for any intervention. Any question or comment? We started from this side, we'll start from here now.
I would like to congratulate the lead speaker. My name is Abubakar Kalugo. I'm the National Publicity Secretary of National Share Products Association of Nigeria. I would like to start by congratulating the lead speaker and the co-speakers for this presentation. But I observed that the impact of climate change is posing serious threat to production. And by virtue of the digital technology nowadays, I would suggest that government and other stakeholders need to invest more in technology adaptation that has to do with smart precision agriculture and controlled environment agriculture that will help cushion the effect of climate change, as well as attract more entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs into agriculture by making it less tedious and technology driven, which simplifies everything that has to do with agriculture. That's my take. Thank you.
My name is Aisha Usman. I'm the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Budget and Economic Plan. I want to commend the lead speaker and the discussants for a very good job. But I just want to comment and respond to the I mean, not really, sorry, the academic person, his comment on we can't have so many plans and so many policies. I just want to say that the state has developed a state development plan, and this development plan has been duly approved by His Excellency. We also have a straight industrial policy, and the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning is all set to launch these plans, inshallah, by next month. So you all be invited to that event, and maybe we look at the plans and see our shortcomings and also where we need to chip in so that we can accommodate all these discussions we've been having going forward. This is just for clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Mr. Joel Aiki, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources. My respect to His Royal Highness and to everybody. I would like to highly commend this distinguished initiative. The Honorable Commissioner, the technical advisor, this is a distinguished innovation and initiative. Congratulations to the ministry and Kebbi State. I hope that this will be sustained. I also hope that the fallout from this meeting of the Economic Roundtable will be harnessed so that we begin to see practical results on the ground. Last week, I happened to be at the Ministry of Budget, and the Honorable Commissioner in his welcome address was saying, this is not time for talk, but to do the talk. I appreciated that statement, very modest, but that is the reality. We've had so many fora to discuss issues like this, not the economic roundtable, but we have similar meetings and ideas will come that will never materialize. My concern is that looking at the quality of both the lead facilitators, the lead speakers, and the crop of discussants that are up there, both for the first and the second set, is simply fantastic. It shows we are richly endowed, even in technical capacities. Perhaps what we will need is just how to harness them, produce practicable results, because this time we need tangible results, substance that can translate into economic benefits, income benefits, better lives. So this is my call to the organizers. Again, a great well done, and the efforts are highly commendable. So just by way of little contribution, I want to add a few things to some of the comments that have already been made. Dr. Teddy, we are proud and happy to own you, to have you. You're very resourceful. I hope that you will share the presentation you have made, and then the technical committees that have been suggested will expound the practical aspects, like I said, so that we begin to see results on ground. So by way of little contribution, I would like to say we are approaching, or we are facing, a reality of the African free trade agreement that has been signed. I mean, we are not in isolation. We must face it. It means we must be very organized. It's a reality that has come to us. If we refuse to admit the reality will consume us. Just like Okonkwo, who refused to admit change, and the change consumed him. We must standardize. It must be a watchword. At whatever level we are operating, we must standardize. And we must also be sincere. Sincerity must be the watchword. It's not as if exportation or export is not going on, but it's going on illegally behind the door. And so no benefits are accruing to the country. And the same thing will happen by the time there is complete liberalization, where you have open doors, and anybody at any point in Africa, from our West African sub-region down to South Africa or up north, at liberty to inject their produce and products. I tell you, if we have not standardized, if we are not sincere, we are definitely going to be stampeded, as the first lead speaker said, because thank you very much. So those must be our standards, even as we begin to face the globe. Secondly, I would want some fairness from the big companies. While you are dealing with farmers, you are dealing with outgrowers, you take your produce at the first level of production, practically raw commodity. You get the least benefit from that. I mean, you are just bringing your rice, perhaps it's not even properly cleaned, it's not properly dried, and you just look at it and say, hey, your rice, and you know the farmer needs money, and you just collect it at that level, you can pay anything. But I think that we should work on our conscience to begin to say, okay, we will update your capacities at least to take it to the first level of processing. You can dry this commodity properly. We can assist you with cleaning machines so that you can clean your produce properly, so that you get a premium from what you are presenting. That will make a better deal than what is currently going on. And I would like to call on the SMEs. I was in Kenya. The milk that is supplied, not just in Kenya, but across wherever the market can reach, is an aggregation of smallholder supplies. And it is going global. And nobody is complaining among the stakeholders. I think we can borrow a leaf from that. You aggregate the small players, enhance their capacities, support them, get their produce to make a critical mass to enter into any market. We should not just be looking at regional or continental markets. We should be targeting global markets. China, for instance, will collect a product, Chinese government, from a household, collect from the next household, and fly them to America. Doll made from paper, doll made from wood. In Philippines, it's the same thing. They do not have anything. Dr. Teddy said it. They do not have anything. What they have is overseas contract workers and bamboo. Bamboo that we have plenty in the Middle Belt and in the South. That's what's mostly processed. But the government takes charge and takes it out. So we must see some level of involvement of government at a certain level to buffer up, ginger up, strengthen, nurture, get strength so that these enterprises can move on their own to approach the globe. On the good agricultural practices, again here, I want to call on all stakeholders in the agricultural value chain, particularly calling on the big companies that are playing. You see, extension services is dwindling across the country. It's not just in Kebbi State. Today, we have one extension agent servicing between 5,000 to 8,000 farmers. How is that possible for effectiveness? It's a sorry state. It's unfortunate. But the global recommendation is 1 to 500. We are having 1 to between 5, 6, and 8,000. So you can see that there is a huge gap. So the players currently benefiting from what has been sustained even after the ADP has been disbanded is the large companies because they can afford to give some little token. So what we are now saying is that develop the capacities of farmers you are dealing with, and you will be able to generate what we call lead farmers. For instance, I know Wakot is dealing with several thousand farmers on an outgrower scheme. GB Tomato is doing the same thing. Labana is doing the same thing. Generate lead farmers that you can capacitate them, let them serve as extension agents in their clusters, in their communities. So they augment the number that we have left. And I'll also still call on you and development partners that are here to support with e-extension. There are devices. Somebody on the Shabota was talking about adoption of smart agriculture. We need technology. We need to have capacities to utilize the technology. So as a matter of responsibility, get some of these people, train them, give them some of these devices. With a handheld device, you can be able to generate a solution right there and then. You have cut time, you have wasted, you have saved a lot of things, and disseminate same within the shortest time possible to a larger number of beneficiaries, farmers and producers in this case. So you can support with devices that can be able to collect this technology and disseminate the technology. I also want to suggest to the academics people that we now begin to see when we utilize our students to provide extension services while they are still schooling. At 200 level, they should be sufficiently educated and with interaction with the ADP and agricultural agencies and some other stakeholders will be able to develop their capacities to serve as extension agents, at least for where they are. Fair enough, we have institutions around us. We have a high institution in Argungu, Binekebia, we have around Zuru and Yauri. All those institutions should aggregate their students so that they begin to serve right from 200 level and upwards, perhaps till graduation. We may also be needing to look at the issue of commercializing the agricultural extension. And that is going to be workable when we have a business model that is self-sustaining and every player in the model is having some benefit. So farmers will be ready to pay for extension service. But extension services are really crucial. We must definitely have a way. We must not just look at the government to say it must provide this, provide that. Like the Honorable Commissioner said, so many things on the head of the government. And besides, agriculture is business. So, I mean, we should encourage the system to service itself. So these are some of the things I would like to contribute. And then finally, I would like to say that there are vast opportunities. Every link of the chain is a business opportunity. In production, we cannot exhaust the opportunities. We have a lot of commodities. Somebody talked about Zobo in the morning. Today, there is a huge demand for Zobo. How much are we producing? You can go into produce. Sesame, we have the best quality sesame. This Kebbi State, we have the best sesame in the world. Not just like not just the peanuts. We have the best sesame in the world. We have the best quality shea butter. He can testify. In the world, I've been to agencies who do exportation and they have collected samples all over this country. They were proud to take me to Kebbi samples and say, this is the best in the world. We have the best honey in the world. The list is endless. We can generate businesses, Bambara nut production, for all your cookies. It's a good substitution for so many of these synthetic foods and things that we consume. We can develop very extensive and very profitable business in those areas. We know our Acha hungry rice is another, because there is minimal use of all these synthetic chemicals and fertilizers and things. That's what makes our products of high quality across the globe. So it is for us to look at these opportunities, develop a workable strategy plan. Our documents must be translated into action. Yes, PAMSEC has confirmed. We have a Kebbi State Development Plan, we have policies, we have things. They must be translated, and it takes you and I, not just to some person, but you and I, having the concern and having access to those things that are available and say, okay, this is my idea on how we make these things to work. Apart from production, we have opportunities in service provision. There are so many services needing expertise. We can provide those services. We can provide services in capacity enhancements. We can provide services in financial services, power, so many things. We can provide them. There are opportunities for investments. All of these are agribusinesses. Insurance, for instance, is a challenge. Why not we have access to private insurance provision? Somebody, breaking the dominance of NIAC, which hardly make any payouts at all. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but that's the reality. So it's a huge opportunity in agribusiness. Processing, it's limitless. You can process into various stages, primary stage, secondary stage, tertiary stage, and you submit to somebody who will finally make a product that can enter into the globe with this presentation. It's a reality, it's a necessity.
and distribute it among, the farmers. We have a 7,000 hectare farm, at Gante. Now, all this together, could not give us 10%, of our paddy requirements. Now, so we also have to rely, on merchants, to bring, paddy rice. So that is why I believe the idea of African Continental Free Trade Agreement, should interest us. Like the professor of the Vice Chancellor of Al-Qalam University said, the oil wealth, the oil revenue has made us as Nigerians very lazy. The Ankobro scheme, was a disappointment, or has been a disappointment. Our own outgross loan scheme is also a disappointment because as we are talking now, the farmers are owing us to the tune of almost 200 million naira, and it's going to be a bad debt. It's a bad debt in particular. So where do we go, from here? So pending when we get it right, I think the idea of Continental Free Trade Agreement implementation is a welcome idea, to the rice milling industry, not only in Kebbi, but in Nigeria as a whole.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the rice mill finding it good here because I heard Labana is expanding, Wakot is expanding, and they are all expanding. And even GB Foods is expanding. This is where to invest. Kebbi State is ready to get you invest. We don't have time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going for prayer and have lunch and return here by 2:45. But before then, we would want to close this session. But I want to insist that you should please come back 2:45. We take the last session and then we'll be fine. Okay? So Dr. Teddy, you might want to have your last word.
Thank you. I think I'm grateful for all the interventions that I've heard. But, I'm not going to go through trying to summarize them because we're all here. But there's some key things that what we heard. An investor coming in here needs data. Yeah, as we heard, if we don't have information, it's difficult to make decisions. People make decisions based on the information they have. And you have wrong information, you will not make good decisions. So we need to invest in a database of information around here. Where are the best places to get farmers? Where are the best yields for rice, for this, for that, etc., etc. And so that database should be central and kept within the Ministry of Budget and Planning, so people can access this thing, and they don't have to come to Kebbi to get it. They should be able to get online. We talk about packaging, and when you hear about this packaging thing, packaging is really an aspect of marketing. And so if we don't know how to market our products, they will come out looking shabby and nobody will be interested. So, in marketing, there's 3-4 P's you've heard: price, promotion, place, and product. And to put the product look good, you got to package. So if we don't do packaging well, our product will not be attractive and people will not be really interested. We need to think about marketing when we come into this. And so my brother was an academic, should realize that as we train the technicians in agriculture, we should also train them in the mindset of being business. Now, we talk about defaulting. This issue of farmer defaulting is a challenge, and we need to look for one way of dealing with it. A long time ago, I used to do some work where we advise the Bank of Industry, and the way the Bank of Industry collects their money, sometimes they take these farmers to Sharia courts, and they will sanction them there, and they pay. So they will be scared, so they used to pay on time. So we need to have a way of disciplining them. There's somebody here from BOI, and I hope that in the next session, he would at least stand up to make a comment and be given the opportunity to make a comment. We cannot have a situation where people who are doing something, like my sister here, are not being provided money. And there's money sitting in a warehouse in BOI, and they're saying Bank of Industry, Bank of Industry. They sit in nice air-conditioned offices in Lagos. They don't come here to help the people who are actually on the field. So the person from Bank of Industry, I think he was sitting over there somewhere. Is the Bank of Industry person still here? BOI person, all right, okay, it's over there. So he's over there. So catch him. Let him tell you why they are not giving you money. So we need to make sure that these institutions, they do what they're doing. I think there's Bank of Agriculture, but I know Bank of Agriculture has massive problems. And I can't say we should go into that area. So I think I agree with you that most in agriculture, the people that create most of the jobs are in micro and small scale enterprises. But the issue, but at the end of the day, you also need the large scale. So yes, my talk has been talking a lot about large scale. We need to support a micro scale, but the large scale lives up on our people. If Walcott was not here buying rice in those volumes, you would have struggled. The reason why you can set up your industry is because of Walcott and Labana. So we need these big people. And why are they benefiting and they're getting 23,000 and you're getting 21,000? It's marketing. They have a brand. And they cannot meet demand in Lagos, so they don't need to sell here. I'm sure I don't know if she wants me to say this, but I know that. Yeah, if they are buying their products in Lagos and paying 23,000, why should they sell for 21,000? Even you will not do that. If I come and buy, I say, I'll buy all your output for 23,000. Will you sell here? No, you give it all to me. So it's really about economics. The one last thing I'll just talk quickly about is climate change and stuff. I think the people who are causing problems with climate change are not addressing the problems. Yes, we can do something about it, but we are largely victims of it, not creators of that problem. And I think hopefully with COP26, we continue to push them to sort some of these things out and stuff. So what else can I say? You know, Kebbi has no reason being a poor state. Kebbi has no business taking IGR from the central government because on Kebbi's soil is money. The laziness of Kebbi is what is not bringing that money out. If we work hard, we'll bring out this money and there will be no poor person in this state. There will be no poor person in this state. We have no reason being poor. So let's go out there and ensure that Kebbi citizens are eager to come back here and tap the world of agriculture and make this state what it should really be, the richest state in Nigeria and a net contributor to the national purse, not a net recipient. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, your last word, please. 30 seconds.
Well, thank you very much. The challenges as highlighted as far as getting farmers supposed to do is what we are seriously addressing now. And that is why in the recent wheat anchor, we want to engage only farmers that are genuine so that to experience the challenges in the rice anchor of 2050. This is why farmers, real farmers on wheat are directed to be captured in their farms locations. Each of the farmers his picture will be taken on the location of his farm, and his village head, district head will guarantee that he is a genuine farmer. I would also want to say that this anchor is different from the other wheat anchors in previous years, because this one is organized by the Central Bank of Nigeria, and already there is a plan to get a Bank of Agriculture to partake as a financial institution between the Central Bank and the farmers, and we have completed all the economic of production of about 283,000, and the Central Bank, after maybe the farmers have harvested, are going to purchase 1 kilo of that wheat at 400 naira. So if a bag of 100 kg, you get to be bought at 40,000 naira. So if you get 30 of those bags, you get 1.2 million. And within 3 months, you go home with about 900,000 naira. So that is what we are going to do in all farmers
that we are going to target. We get genuine farmers that will farm. I would also like to add that, we said, as far as extension services, these companies that are already established in Kebbi, like the GB Foods in Gaski, the Wakot, and the Bakaba rice, the low rice, and Dangote rice, and all other mills should also engage the farmers they are targeting and get extension lead farm them that they can continue to translate what they require as far as production indices are concerned.
Thank you very much.
much.
Thank you. Hajia Ramotu, last word, please. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. This one will be a call on Finance Institute that you should read your criteria and look after the solar industry. Right. Every house should be assisted. That is the idea, to assist Nigerians who are willing to invest and work hard to make sure there's food on every Nigerian's table. So if you are willing to assist, those of us who have started, at least even a small organization like Nigerian for Women Project, they give loan to women up to 3 times what you have invested. So why don't you come into my mill, look at the value of what I have established, give me at least 2 times that much, and see where I get to. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ibrahim Shehu, last word, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. My last word will be both information and call. I want to use this opportunity to call our distinguished entrepreneurs here. I'm happy to be sitting down here with Dr. Teddy, an established entrepreneur, with our Honorable Commissioner, also an entrepreneur. I want to call on you, please, that having heard of what you do in your organizations, I think very soon we request that we shall be sending our students to your industries, for instance, for industrial training, because each year from UG2, from 200 level, 300 level, 400 level, some up to 500 level, they do go on industrial training. But believe me, some of us are not aware some of these of your industry. So please, next time we shall be sending our students, and I hope you will accept them. Then another information is that Dr. Teddy also mentioned that we have scarcity of graduates in the area of agronomy and the area of soil science. We have a whole faculty of agriculture here in Kebbi State University of Science and Technology, Aleru. And each year we graduate students. So please, next time when you are looking for personnel in any aspect of agriculture, please try to check at Aleru University. I actually think that you will not lack the personnel that you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Remember, one of the objectives of this session was to foster relationships that will aid our economic development. And of course, here is a relationship being built between the academia and industry. Can you give us your last word, please?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll just quickly do an analogy on rain. So basically the rain is coming, whether or not we're prepared, it will rain. Are we ready? Do we want to use this rain to do irrigation, or we want to be beat by the rain because we're just standing outside waiting for whatever it is, you know? Secondly, I want to suggest that there's an initiative by the state, led by the state, to at least support the registration of 100 businesses every month. I think that will go a long way, help them facilitate some NAFDA registrations so they are able to compete with counterparts from other countries. Secondly, thirdly, like Dr. Teddy said, can there be platforms where linkages and access can be fostered? So if there's a website where people from outside of Kebbi, outside of Nigeria, can go see what Kebbi has to offer, you know, and they can just access these things and get in touch with the right people. said we need to sensitize, educate, and inform. Please, as much as you can, try to inform people around you that AFCFTA is coming and we need to be ready. Ease of doing business, okay, he's mentioned. I need to commend again that the state government has done a lot to ease doing business, especially for people like us, I must say. I mean, the Emirates, everybody tries as much as they can to help, in as much as there are challenges that we cannot ignore, but we need to commend that there's an effort to support investors to come in. Then in response to the commissioner, the PAMSEC for agriculture, what we do with the farmers is we offer them prevailing market prices that is prevailing in the market as at that day. So that's what we do essentially. We've also developed the Wakot Rice app to help digitize and introduce technology into whatever it is we're doing with the farmers. So now we have this, we have our field officers with their phones that do the registration. Everything is basically digitized. This is how we're trying to ensure that we move from paper-based systems. Services, okay, so it's very important again that we look beyond goods. We also need to build our capacities to support services. Like you said, if we had good extension agents, people from outside of Nigeria should be able to come and access excellent rice, agronomists, rice field officers, because we build capacity. So I mean, Dr. Teddy has spoken about data collection. Importantly, so lastly, climate change. Please, I would like to appeal to farmers, entrepreneurs, big stakeholders, private sector players, as much as you can, if you can incorporate tree planting alongside whatever it is activity you're doing, it will go a long way. If you go across certain areas of Kebbi, you see what erosion has done. I think it's very important that we push for people to know the importance of these things. The effects are devastating. As much as we can, please let us try to encourage, positive, sustainable agricultural practices as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now have your picture, please. And remember that we'll be back here at 2:45 after lunch and prayer so that we take our last session.
Please and please, let us have one house. Please and please, let us have one house. Abu Geda was here in the afternoon. He left for some medical attention. However, he asked me to announce a donation on his behalf of 5 books detailing the history and developments in Kebbi State from inception to date. He has authored the book titled Kebbi State Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. And he wished to hand over the compilation to the Kebbi State Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning to support data compilation that has to do with Kebbi State. In the light of this, I would like to invite the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Dr. Abba Kalgo, to please come forward for the presentation of the books on behalf of Alhaji Abushe Ogeda. The technical advisor will do the presentation. Please come forward. This is a compilation that consists of every facet of Kebbi development from inception to date. It covers political, cultural, religious, economic, agricultural, all potential, all sectors, all spheres of human endeavor that has to do with Kebbi State. So it's my honor and privilege to present this on behalf of Alhaji Abushe of Budget and Economic Planning in support of data compilation on Kebbi State. The technical advisor can. The commissioner would like to appreciate Alhaji briefly.
Thank you very much, MC. On behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of it, would like to thank Alhaji Abubakar Show for this very, very good gesture towards the development of Kebbi. I might just add that it is part of our own plans to establish a Bureau of Statistics, and we hope that that will be kick-started within the first quarter of next year. So thank you very much, Alhaji Abushe, on behalf of His Excellency, on behalf of the people of Kebbi State. We thank you very much.
Very much, the Honorable Commissioner. We'll now proceed with the next session of the Economic Roundtable. In the afternoon, we had a robust discussion on the African Continental Free Trade Area. We also dwelled extensively on agribusiness with far-reaching decisions, far-reaching inputs, far-reaching recommendations. The outcome will be very impressive, I believe. The next session is going to dwell on industrialization in Kebbi State, consolidation and limitations. To do justice to this topic, we have the lead speaker in person of Professor T.K. Baba. He's going to lead in the presentation. I would like to call upon Professor Baba to take a seat. The middle. The panelists consist of Professor Tukuru D. Zauro from the Federal University, Brunei Kebbi. Professor Tukuru Zauro. Of course, we have part of the panelists, the Honorable Commissioner of Budget and Economic Planning, Kebbi State. Please welcome him too. I know we cannot do justice to economic diversity, economic development in Kebbi without mentioning environmental sector. We have in the panel the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Solid Minerals, Kebbi State, Honorable Hayat Ahmed Bar. Nothing entrepreneurial is possible without money. So we need money to invest. We need money to produce, and we need money to market. So I'll call upon the State Manager of Bank of Industry, Alhaji Suleiman Umar, to please join the panel. The lead speaker will have the next 30 minutes to speak on the topic, while the panelists have 5 minutes each to contribute to the debate. So I would like to call upon the lead speaker, Professor T.K. Baba, to share with us his vast experience. He is full of knowledge and resourcefulness to the good people of Kebbi State. The lead speaker, sir.
Thank you. Distinguished participants, let me first express my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this event for extending the invitation to my humble self to be part of this august and history-making event. Let me begin by saying that the other two previous discussions open up. The first one opened up on free trade agreement in Africa, continental free trade agreement in Africa, and the second one on agribusiness. I think I am not going to open any discussion, but I'm going to build on the two previous discussions. Both of the discussions that we have had today are directly linked to efforts at inclusive and sustainable growth. Trade is key to every aspect of economic activities of every society. Without trade, there is no incentive for production, because production is meant to satisfy basic wants, and that those who invest in production process are rewarded by the profits they actually maximize. And profit is maximized largely only if there are trade relations. But then trade and trade relations are actually a matter of competitive advantage. Therefore, for trade to be balanced, for trade to be profitable, for trade to be beneficial to parties, we must have the capacity to compete and to compete favorably. And that's why trade and trade relations makes no meaningful sense without industrialization. And that's why bigger economies of the world are having advantage far above other weaker economies. The same thing with agribusiness, which is about production, which is also about distribution. And this, on this note, the stark and obvious reality is that whatever you produce, if you cannot add value, if you cannot create value chain for what you produced, the incentive to continue to produce will actually diminish. And to add value, and that is why industrialization is actually key to this discussion. And that whatever we do as an economy and as a society for prosperity, we do largely to invest hugely in the context of technology-driven production process, which largely begins and ends with industrialization. And when you say what actually does industrialization means? It's purely an economic, a socio-economic order in which the industry is dominant. Industry-driven production process, technology-driven production process. And it began way in the 18th and 19th century, particularly in Europe and in Britain, when the idea of mechanization of labor came to the fore. And such mechanization of labor
was greeted with the introduction, discovery, and invention of machines, of tools, of equipment that works even faster than human labor force. And that efficiency that is actually created in production process is what actually gave rise to the idea of industrialization. And very many societies across the world key into this process, but with different models. For instance, in the entire Europe, Britain, Western Europe, there was complete mechanization of labor and the creation of free markets. And labor was left to be competitive. And such competition attract incentives for investment. And people who are willing to invest and create wealth, invest huge amount of resources, produce variety of goods and services with value. It became attractive, created market, and generated surpluses that are reinvested in the economy. And competition that set in the process of industrialization now spur the growth and development of many industries and across sectors of the economy and society. And that does not mean that free market is the only model that drives industrialization process faster and even more efficient. We have in other climes, the Soviet, for instance, the Soviet model of industrialization was a stark contrast of what obtains in the Western Europe. In Soviet industrialization process, there was forced labor instead of free labor and mechanization of labor. And there was state control of entrepreneurship. And that way, the Soviet rose even at par with the Western Europe, with America, with Canada, with other industrialized capitalist countries of the world. It's just a matter of ideas. It's just a matter of commitment. It's just a matter of framework. And it's a matter of doggedness on the part of a particular society, government, and people who wants to actually achieve certain predetermined goals and objectives. Japan is also an industrialized society along Western model, but its model was a bit different from what actually obtains in Western Europe. There was state control of entrepreneurship, which stimulated and sustained growth. And today, Japan is one of the most efficient, technologically driven economies in the world. And that is largely on account of not only heavy investment in ideas, but creating near effective and efficient framework that create opportunities and incentives for owners of capital to invest and to reap the benefits of their investment. Now, other climes, of course, the Chinese model, we have seen a refined socialist industrialization process. A socialist package with some kind of liberal orientation. And today, China is not only the fastest growing economy in the world, but is the second largest economy in the world. Not only that, it has achieved huge competitive advantage in trade relations, even with the biggest economy of the world, the United States of America. So what actually is the scenario in Nigeria, and particularly in Kebbi State? No society in this modern world can ever imagine to achieve any level of appreciable economic growth. Not only economic growth, inclusive, sustainable economic growth without industrialization. Industrialization is the key and the backbone of generating growth. And growth, we learned, is the necessary, though it is said insufficient condition for development. So for growth to occur, production must be complex. And the complexity of production is determined largely by the pace of industrialization in a particular society. In Nigeria, we have had glorious times, good times, where at the onset of this legal entity, framers and pioneer leaders of these countries had actually came up with a framework for industrial growth and development of the Nigerian entity. When you look at northern Nigeria as an enclave, the general industrialization blueprint that existed in the north, propounded by leaders such as Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa, built on a particular framework called Northern Nigeria Development Companies. Of course, we have had and inherited from the colonial government who came and invested hugely in certain sectors of the economy, particularly in agriculture, for the purpose of evacuation, huge quantity of raw materials that are in great demand in Europe to sustain the industrial revolution. The Kano pyramids is only one that amazes everyone in the world. How productive, not only northern Nigeria, but an enclave in Kano was, and how that very particular market of granite, of cotton, sustained the pace of industry in Britain. And the Kano pyramids created not only wealth and opportunities for the colonialists who exploited and evacuated raw materials, but it created value chains and made some few individuals stinkingly rich, some families. You still remember the entity families are only middlemen in actually evacuation of raw materials from the hinterland, where they are assembled in the city of Kano before they are moved into rail for transportation to the coastal region. We also remember that Ahmadu Bello not only invested in ideas and in resources to build northern Nigeria as an industrial enclave. We have seen those ideas translated into concrete reality. The Northern Nigeria Development Company encompasses different forms of companies and factories that are related to the fortunes and to the of the Northern Nigeria. From cement companies, the cement companies of Northern Nigeria in Sokoto, in Benue, in Gombe, all existed because the advantage of limestone deposits was actually rationalized. And such rationalization gave birth to these industries. We have had large chunk of agro-allied industries in Gombe, in Kaduna, in Zamfara, textiles, factories, ginneries came up to support local farmers. And that was why in those days, in the 60s and the 70s, the richest people in northern Nigeria were farmers. Because they produced, and there is value for the money, value for money for what they produced. Because the industries were alive. And there was a whole chain of process of production, from cultivation to harvest, to even movement and transportation of these goods that are produced to the point in which they are processed. The generaries are only primary plants that feed in the textile factories who produce different textile materials. Not only even the service sector, the area hotels. Then was also an initiative, part of the industrialization drive in northern Nigeria. You name it, different kinds of industries that actually support the existing treasures that exist in northern Nigeria, made northern Nigeria in the 60s, before the 60s, in the 60s and until the late 70s, the economic hub of Nigeria. The Nigerian economy as at then was sustained almost exclusively with the wealth that was actually derived from northern Nigeria. And years after years, we abandoned because of the discovery of oil and the over-centralization of the economy of Nigeria with skewed federal system. The whole treasures of abundant natural resources that actually built Nigeria as an entity was completely abandoned. And industrialization
died down naturally, and poverty continued to rise, unemployment continued to rise, inequality, social vices, crimes have now become the northern Nigeria, because that path to industrialization was abandoned. And that abandonment now recreate an enclave that today is on the limelight, not for the positive, but for the negative. Now coming back to Kebbi State, I may say that Kebbi State is a land of abundance. Kebbi State is a unique state in the whole of Northwest Nigeria. Perhaps it's comparable only to Kaduna State. In terms of its diversity, not only diversity in terms of people and cultures, diversity even in terms of vegetational belts. One segment of the state is akin to Guinea savanna. Another segment of the state is akin to Sudan savanna, meaning you have the production of a variety of crops. Not only that, Kebbi State has certain natural advantages other states don't. Within Niger State, for instance, hosts major rivers of this country, River Niger, for instance. But the greatest beneficiary of the flow of River Niger is not the Niger State, but is Kebbi State. The River Niger, which flows into Kanji Lake, 80% of the Kanji Lake is in Kebbi State. And there is also a combination, not only the River Niger, but the Rima River also flows, and the River Niger also flows, and it creates floodplains for dry farming activities to be possible in different parts of Kebbi State. This unique opportunity creates a scenario that is advantageous to the people of not only Kebbi State, but to the country at large. That explains why, for instance, it was not a surprise when this government at inception in 2015 decided that on the basis of documentation, analysis, and data existing in terms of natural endowments, Kebbi State was chosen to be the hub of rice production, rice revolution for the whole of Nigeria. And to actualize that, WACOT was actually engaged in partnership to see to the possibility of creating plant, factory, that will make it possible for farmers to have value for money of their products. Not only that, to reduce the level of dependence and reliance of the entire Nigerian people, Nigeria's population on foreign products, particularly food products. Rice, which is the major product largely consumed in Nigeria. And of course, that wondrous effort of government, of the federation, the federal government and the state government have now changed a lot of things about even the dream of a Nigeria to become an industrial state. Before then, it is difficult to imagine the possibility and the reality of having such a very big project, first in place, and secondly to be sustained. Today, when you pass by from Sokoto to Argungu or from Kebbi to Sokoto, you will see jobs created. You see trucks, loaded trucks, every day, every night, every time you pass through that road, you see trucks loaded with raw rice produced by farmers, waiting for their turn to be taken into the factory, for it to be processed, and for the value, for the end value of that to be removed. And that has actually reduced the level at which we depend on foreign exportation of rice. Local initiatives by individual businessmen and entrepreneurs. The last time, in the last session, I think the manager of Labana company was making a remark
and given us hopes about the capacity of Labana plant and the plan to increase and expand the capacity, only telling us that brighter days are only ahead. That large chunk of our unemployed people, youths, and rural dwellers who are involved and engaged in agricultural production and particularly in rice production will have their dream realized. Meaning that now it is not the public sector organization or the public sector as a sector that used to be the major employer of labor. Now this diversification drive is actually instigating and stimulating interest of people to be engaged in private sector. The only difference between northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria, and particularly western Nigeria, and particularly Lagos industrial axis, is that in those axes, the industries, functional industries that produce, that create value chain, that makes huge number of the population of that area to be involved not only in production process, but in a sustainable means of generating income. And that has actually go a very long way in reducing the level of inequality. And this, in Kebbi State, we are saying not only in agriculture, but we are only mentioning one crop, diverse crops that our soil, our climatic condition supports production and has competitive advantage over others. For instance, the last anchor of the anchor of the last session was repeatedly mentioning Yauri, the abundant water resources, the fish and aquatic resources that in that enclave needed to be transformed in the context in which employment, sustainable, meaningful gain employment can be realized from investment in that very particular sector of the economy, so that not only that the local economy and the local people in Kebbi State will stand to benefit, but the entire country can actually benefit enormously from the surpluses that are produced, which will be exported and will contribute enormously in the country's foreign exchange process. And you also have abundance of other agricultural produce. If you talk about, for instance, nuts, cashew nuts, if you go to groceries in Europe and groceries in North America, nuts, cashew nuts are one of the most expensive groceries you can find around in malls, in shops in Europe. And today, the cashew we grow, we make use of the fruit and we dump the nuts. And we have vast land, favorable climatic condition that can actually be used for cashew plantation, where large hectares of land can be used to produce cashew, not only for the fruits, but for the nuts. And that can constitute an opportunity for export into the world market. We have also part of Kebbi State that produces enormous fruits, seasonally and across seasons. These fruits today are wasted because storage facilities are completely non-existent, and that intervention of industry does not actually create opportunities for these resources that are produced to be processed and value added and value chain created for employment to be generated. And for those who engage in that production to earn reasonable income, high enough to improve their own quality of life. You have these other opportunities and advantages of the land, deposit of mineral resources. The Commissioner of Agriculture, I guess, was making a remark. Today, Zamfara State is taken to be one major state that produces large quantity of gold or has the potential to produce gold in commercial quantity. But geological survey has shown that Kebbi State have more gold reserve than Zamfara State. What are we doing to attract investors, to create the atmosphere, to create incentive regimes that investors can come and invest in these promising subsectors of the economy, so that jobs are created, wealth is created by those who invested the capital, and employment is generated by those who are efficient to offer their labor. And market is also created by people who can invest their time and energy in the chain of distribution of the commodity. That way, we create enormous opportunities for virtually everyone in the society to take part in the economic activities that actually enhances the prosperity of the land. Therefore, inclusive and sustainable growth can only be actualized and realized if the drive to industrialization is taken seriously. Because the potential for economic growth already exists. And Kebbi State is a hub. It's a potential industrial hub. And that many industries across sectors of the economy and society are actually ripe for investment. But what we need to do is that little effort, such as this, to create the knowledge, to create the awareness, to push the government, and to create strong institutions that will give confidence. Where confidence-building measures can be in place for investors from far and from near to take us serious as a people and to bring their capital, to invest the capital, to create opportunity for us to be employed and create large markets that will get everybody involved and included. And that way, we become a sustainable entity, an entity that can survive even without these seemingly drying up federation accounts, that is becoming fiercely competitive and contested by parties that assume others in the federation are contributing nothing. Kebbi State had contributed in the past, has the potential to contribute, and can enormously contribute to the collective wealth of the nation. And that way, we can create atmosphere that the state will actually be one that will actually be copied by many other states around it and many other states in the world. And that way we create scenarios and atmosphere for peace, for tranquility, for prosperity, and for sustainability of whatever investments are made to transform the society and the economy of Kebbi State. So I think the time is actually not on our own side, but in the whole. The last message is that we cannot afford to make any significant progress if we do not have in our plans and stimulate of investors for industrialization. And to do that, we have infrastructure services are one major limitation. Roads need to be built, and other infrastructure such as health, such as education, and luckily enough, Kebbi State is also advantageous in this. The state is host to 3 universities. Human capital is key to industrialization. 2 of these universities specialized. One in science and technology, another in agriculture, and another one conventional. In addition to Federal Polytechnic, which produces low and middle level manpower required for industrialization. We must take advantage of this. We must actually produce the human capital necessary that can support the process of industrialization. We must create the policies appropriate policies. We must have the political will to implement these policies. We must build institutions so that these institutions outgrow government and individuals that actually are the helms of affairs. So on a very on a final note, we say that the previous discussions on free trade, on agribusiness is rounded off with efforts by the government required to actually stimulate and instigate industrialization drive that will actually lead to creating competitive advantage in trade relations, and will also create opportunities for value addition and the creation of value chain for products, for agricultural products, which will lead to wealth creation, employment generation, and reduction in inequality, poverty, and ignorance in the state. Thank you very much.
Please appreciate him the more, please. That is the beauty of being a professor. We thank you, Professor Baba, for taking us memory lane on how it all started in Europe, how it narrowed down to Africa, and more specifically to Nigeria and Kebbi. We have seen, we have heard, we are witnessing the economies of Nigeria, specifically Kebbi State, taking lead in agricultural production. We have to leverage on the available opportunities for greater competitive global markets. I wouldn't like to comment further because we have a panel of discussants that will do justice and add value to the presentation of the professor. I would like to ask Professor Tukurdiko, as an entrepreneur and academic personality, you have an experience in small and medium enterprises development in Kebbi State. As I know, you are one time chairman of the Nigeria Association of Small Scale Industrialists in Kebbi. I will ask you to share your experience and limitations of small and medium enterprises in Kebbi State specifically, and what recommendations would you prefer so that we can address the imbalance? Professor, please. You have the next 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity given to me. And let me also say that a lot has been said, about this industrialization since the beginning of the first session, second session, as well as just what Professor Baba also mentioned. But nevertheless, I just want to, mine is just to reiterate or to highlight a little bit from what had been said. Ajia Ramatu defined industrialization. And I just wanted to add a little bit to say it's just a process of economic transformation, where you have an opportunity to create job opportunities as well as to create wealth. But you see, to be honest with us, Kebbi State right now is about 30 years. And we are supposed to industrially, move from what was happening earlier up to this point. So I don't think, apart from the Alabama and the Wako and perhaps few industries, I don't know if there are other industries that are functional, that are active. So that means if we have, please, maybe somebody can, shed more light. But even if we have, they are just very little compared to our age now, 30 years. We've been talking about the raw materials. Always this raw materials, right from the Sardona time. And it was also disclosed by Professor Nasiru Yauri. He said he had a book, Potentials of Northern Nigeria. I also have that book. Somebody just discarded it, and I decided to say, let me use that book. So you see, it's just the same story. So I think it is better for us to be realistic. It is better for us now to have correct and right step, not just to be talking about raw materials. Yes, nobody has any doubt about the abundance of raw materials in Kebbi State. Agric raw materials and also solid minerals are available. But in reality, what are we? Let us be honest, as I've said earlier. What are we doing? I think I can also remember like a permanent secretary, Minister of Agriculture says something like that. What are we really doing? Are we just coming to talk and emphasize on the importance of industrialization? Because this is started long ago, since 18th century in Britain, and they have, past, what they have been doing, a lot of things, exporting and other things. So let us please maybe use this forum, use this as an opportunity for us to have a real foundation for industrial development for Kebbi State. That's one. So coming back to real subject matter, industrialization, you see, thank God, we have essential elements for industrialization, which are available here. You have land, we have labor, because Kebbi State, now we are about 4 million population, about 4 million. Because 2006 census was saying 3 point something, and by now I think we're about 4 million. So we also have people with capital, but are we really connecting ourselves with those that have capital to create small scale industries? Just look at us here now. Most of us here are elites, are civil servants, or maybe this and that. Have we think of probably bringing those people at the grassroots, people that really have capital, but they don't know how to use that capital to establish industry? I don't think we have them here. So I think it's also important that we have to connect to the rural, to the reality. And the reality is this, those stakeholders, those who are likely also to be involved into industrialization of Kebbi State should be involved in this kind of discussion. So you can have industrial development when you manufacture. If you don't manufacture things, you just have raw materials like what we are saying. We have rice in abundance, the Padama area from Sokoto up to Yauri, enough for us to produce rice. But what do you do with that rice? And we also have soil minerals all over. How do you do to utilize those raw materials? So the thing is to manufacture. You have to manufacture. Because if you don't manufacture, you don't have anything. You just have to manufacture. And the key drivers of manufacturing, one is education. I'm also happy that Dr. Teddy, I don't know whether I'm correct with the name, whether I mentioned the name correctly. So he was saying he had an experience of a graduate who could not speak English either fluently or could not communicate properly in English. So you see, that education is one of the drivers of manufacturing. Because when you are manufacturing, people would like to have skills, that so that they will be able to work in that industry. And the second key is the agriculture. I have been saying about it. Now, if you have a lot of industries, so many, two may not be enough, because you are now talking, we have market share in whatever you are doing. When we come back to business, you have market share. And when you look at it, this rise, is it even enough for us? Is this sufficient for Asia, let alone maybe exporting rice to other places? Is it sufficient for us? Is this adequate? The answer, I don't know. But the answer may be no. Answer may be no. We still need more rice to be produced. So now if you have industries, then people now will be encouraged to go and farm. Now you are promoting agriculture. So again, there is another also key thing in that manufacturing, which is labor. You must have people. People should have that capacity, that ability, that capability to be part of that manufacturing. So the moment you have that, it's just more time. When you have that kind of thing, a little time, this thing will develop up to the real industrialization. And also technology, science and technology. This will, when you want to have industry, it will encourage people to be innovative. When you are not creative, you are not innovative. So it's very difficult to have industrial development. You must have that kind of thing to innovate, to create, to bring new things, to bring new idea. And also politics. So politics is vital and is very, very important, because when the politics is going in a wrong way, that means everything will go in a wrong way. So if politics is going in the right way, there is no doubt there must be economic transformation. Yes, if politics is going in the right way, so economic transformation will also be on the right way.
Prof,
because
you have
the politics,
1 minute
that
to
is...
wind up. Wait, you have 1 minute to one minute to wind up, please. Sorry. 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, okay.
Yes.
So in a nutshell, so this industrialization, in my opinion, I think we should pay more attention to small-scale industrialists. Any nation in the world, I can say it, any nation in the world, mention China, which has already been mentioned by Professor Baba. China, Japan, Malaysia, United States, any nation in the world you see industrially developed is as a result of the activities of the small-scale industrialists. So that means we have to now consider SMEs, small and medium enterprises, so that through them we can create jobs. If maybe for instance here in Kebbi, these rice millers, we have a lot of them. So why not to have a clear connection, guidance to those local rice millers, so that they can be able to package, their product even within for local consumption. Look at them, there are so many, but they don't know. The rice will be a lot, there will be a lot of particles, foreign bodies in it, like stones. So now if we are to guide them, they will have rice with 100% free of stones, so that we can compete with that rice anywhere, in the world. Because that competition is very, very important. Nigeria, for instance, we are more than 220 million. So the issue of even the exportation we have been saying, it doesn't even arise as far as I'm concerned. Because if we can compete and have enough products for us, so maybe somebody will come from somewhere to patronize us. But let us try as much possible to promote small-scale industries. Hajiya Ramatu also lamented some problems. You see, even from the religious point of view, small-scale industries are sadaqatul jariyah. Yes, because if you establish a small-scale industry, little by little, small by small, gradually it will develop to become large-scale industry. And I'm sure, even I'm very sorry to say so, 100 years, 120 years to come here, most of us will not be around. But the world we expect will be like that. So that small-scale industry will develop gradually, small by small, small by small, and it will become large one. So the emphasis here, since I don't have enough time, so the emphasis I want to here say is we should try as much as possible to give more attention to encourage small-scale industries in different forms. We have, like now, for instance, let us just give, please, just a minute. Let's say now, kaolin, for instance, I've been talking about kaolin. This kaolin is one raw material that you can use to produce ceramic waste, to produce paint, to produce fertilizer, to produce even pharmaceuticals. This kaolin, only kaolin. So that means if we can effectively utilize one raw material, for example, in Kebbi State, that one is enough to create job opportunities, in fact, also to bring another source of income to the state government as well as the people of Kebbi State.
Thank you very much. We appreciate Professor Diko. Thank you. We have seen that the federal government diversification policy is veered towards agricultural development and soil minerals exploitation. In Kebbi is adjudged to be one of the leading hubs for solid minerals. I will now ask the Honorable Commissioner for Solid Minerals, do you have data that captures the entire locations of where we find solid minerals in Kebbi State? What are the plans to explore the potentials of solid minerals in Kebbi State? And what is the roadmap? The Honorable Commissioner, please. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss solid minerals in Kebbi State. I would like to thank the organizers of this program for inviting me. Mining, as everyone, has been in Nigeria for quite some time, and it's not new to Kebbi State. The defunct Nigerian Mining Corporation, which is no more in existence, as privatization has taken care of that, has been present in Kebbi State. They've been mining gold before they wrapped up. And the gold, mother of all minerals, like they say, and we have abundance of that in Kebbi. So your question, Mr. Bakar, of if we have the data of where we have all the locations of our solid minerals, we recently, PAMSEC is here seated, we recently got approval by His Excellency, and we were in Kaduna with the Commissioner for Budget. We went to the National Steel Raw Materials Development Corporation, and we contracted them, and they came to Kebbi, and they've given us the aeromagnetic and the aerobarometric data of the whole state. What this data signifies is it's telling us the location and position of where a mineral is, be it gold, kaolin, like the prof has said, or limestone, or quartz, the precious metals. So we have that data in the state, and the state development plan that the PAMSEC Minister of Budget mentioned, the environment and solid minerals is also captured there. So we have the roadmap, we have the policies in place. So and investors are coming in. We currently have about 3 mining sites in the state that are up and running and functional. The first one is in Garin Awal, owned by one Mr. Hassan from Maiduguri. He's mining gold. His company is ISAS. There is another one that is mining manganese in Bagudo, which is also up and running. Then the Presidential Artisanal Gold Mining Initiative, which was launched here in Kebbi, in Yauri, I think in 2020. They also have their own mining site here in Kebbi. So the attention is being turned to mining, and Kebbi State, just like you rightly say, has a lot and lots of minerals deposits. Prof has visited my office about 3 times. His Excellency sent him to me, and we are looking at how we can utilize kaolin to produce ceramics, just like he rightly said, and paint. We recently contacted a company in Lagos who we've given them samples of the kaolin in cocoa, the one in cocoa, for them to analyze and see if we can really make paint out of it. So we are on our way. We are almost there. We are not there yet, but we'll get there, inshallah. And I think in 2006, the state government tried to establish a cement company, Equity Cement, in Katanga, Mayama. Katanga is in Jega, and then Mayama. The land area is about 1,000 hectares. It's a very big plot of land. And unfortunately, nothing happened. So His Excellency Sayyid Usman Assam also tried to bring up the idea, and nothing happened. And I'm trying to inform you that currently we're in discussion with a company in the US, myself and the Commissioner of Budget, and they are willing to bring in about $75 million to create a 3,000 ton per day cement factory here in Kebbi. So we are still looking for investors. And another thing about mining, which people don't really know, we are discussing with Mal and Noura just before I got up the stage, is that the bottlenecks in mining, it's enormous. Let me just tell you how it works. The state government and local government own the land, but the federal government owns whatever is underneath. So this conflict of interest tends to hold whoever is trying to get involved in mining, because federal government will issue you the license of a plot of land, and that license, you don't just walk into the Nigerian Mining Cadastral Unit and get it. You'll have to start from the local. Let's assume I want to mine in Birni Yauri, where they have gold. I will first of all identify a land where I know that there are prospects, because you can't really know if there is something, but there are times that you see that you will know that yes, there are prospects, that there is gold down there. Okay, I identify that land. I have to know who owns that land. Is it owned by the state, by the local government, or by an individual? So I'll have to go into partnership with that, whoever owns that land. Then I take the coordinates of that land. And before I go to the Nigerian Mining Cadastral Unit, I will have to get consent from the locals. But unfortunately, you know, we are all Nigerians. Someone can just come from Bayelsa and go to the Nigerian Mining Cadastral Unit and give them money and they will issue him license. The last time I was at the Nigerian Mining Cadastral Unit, there are 155 mining licenses issued in Kebbi State here. 155 licenses that are active, not expired, active ones in Kebbi alone. So people know that we have these things, know that we have these minerals, but it's so capital consuming that you don't just walk into it. Mr. Kayode Fayemi, when he was the Minister of Mines and Steel, he was in Kebbi, he was even at Garinawa, and he told us then that they've deposited 5 billion naira with Bank of Industries. No, Bank of Industries. Suleiman, 5 billion naira with Bank of Industries to support artisanal mining. But now if I should walk into Bank of Industries and say I want to access something from that money, Suleiman will tell me that I have to give him certificate of occupancy, and he will not accept Kebbi. He will accept either Kaduna or Abuja. Someone who is here in Birnin Kebbi trying to make ends meet, he will tell him that he has to bring certificate from Abuja. Where will I see certificate in Abuja? So there are lots of bottlenecks into this mining, and people keep saying that we have the resources, we have the minerals in Kebbi, we have the potentials. Yes, agreed, but there are lots of bottlenecks. His Excellency is willing and always telling us that he is willing to wipe everything from his own part. The state government is ever ready. Whoever is interested, you come, we will give you a certificate of occupancy of the plot that you want to mine. But the thing is, even if you have that, you have to go to the mining cadastral unit, get the license. You have to go to banks if you don't have the money to borrow, which Sulema will give you lots of lots of conditions to meet. And these conditions are not easy to meet. And that's not just Suleiman's part. Even the Nigerian Mining Cadastral Unit, if you want to own a license, you must have a bank account of nothing less than 5 million naira in it. So someone who is going into artisanal mining, it's very difficult for him to get all that. And these things are quite expensive. Take gold, for instance. 1 kilogram of 24 karat gold goes for about 28 million naira. Just 1 kg. Just 1 kilogram, about 28 million naira. And this is something that if you have a very rich mine, you can get within 1-2 weeks. If your mine is a rich one, it's something that you can get 1 kg of gold within 1, 2, 3 weeks time period. So it's something that we really need to look into. We've been meeting with the federal government to see how we can reduce the bottlenecks. We had a meeting on Zoom recently with the Minister of Mines and Steel and some commissioners. So we are trying to see that how we can remove all those bottlenecks to make people have access to these fields. So for the state government, we are also trying to see that we come up with this. And I've just mentioned that we've been working with Prof to see that we set up a ceramic plant. And we are also working with someone to see that we set up a company in Lagos for them to come, either to come and set up a factory here in Kebbi, or we can mine the kaolin and move it to them there in Lagos. And eventually, inshallah, we'll see how we go. We're in Hungary recently with Hajia Habiba and the Commissioner for Budget. And we went to a company that produces agricultural products. While in the midst of our discussions, and I told them that we have iron ore in Kebbi, which we rarely do. We have iron ore in Damore, we have iron ore in Jega, we have it in Gwandu, we have iron ore in, I've forgotten the other one. But these ones, it's confirmed. I've even met the owner of the license of the iron ore in Damore. We've visited the site. We've brought in consultants from Abuja. They've taken samples, they've analyzed the iron ore, and they've certified that it's rich and the quality is high. So back to my story. We were discussing with them, and I told them that we have iron ore in Kebbi. So they were like, why don't I mine the iron ore and ship it them to Hungary for them to use in making their agricultural implements? And I told them it's not that easy for me to do that, because as a government, you're not allowed to run into business. And then by the time I'm now a commissioner, they will say I cannot be a member in any company. So there are lots of things. We are trying to see that we make people aware of these things. We are discussing with Nura, and I told him that we are also thinking of having a roundtable like this for just solid minerals. We tell you the bottlenecks, we tell you the locations of these things, because we have lots and lots of them, not just the one I mentioned.
We have more than 80 minerals here in Kebbi, solid minerals, and all of them in commercial quantity. Prof knows that, and he can tell you locations of most of them. So we are trying to see that we make people aware that yes, we have these things, and you are welcome to come anytime to mine them. Another point that I noted here is the defunct Nigerian Mining Corporation, which I said, when it was privatized, a company bought the rights to the field. And fortunately, Kebbi State owns about 10 to 15% of that. When the federal government had the license, Kebbi State had stake in the field. And when federal government sold its license, its rights in that field to a company, Kebbi State's stake is still intact. So we are also in discussion with them. We are trying to see that they come in. So it's a gold mining site anyway. So we are trying to see that they come in and we give them our equity, and then we see how we can also start mining gold. The presidential artisanal gold mining, someone mentioned, I can't remember who it was, mentioned that, I think it's Prof Baba, mentioned that Zamfara has potential to produce gold in large quantity. I think we can all remember when the presidential artisanal gold mining team took gold, Mr. President, before the Zamfara state governor took his own. I think if you can remember, I think about a few months back, that gold is from Kebbi, all of it. It's as a result of that one that the Zamfara governor also took his own to show the president that yes, he also has gold. So for someone to come and say that we don't have these things, I don't think it's correct. And federal government, there are also lots of things that the federal government needs to do. You see, mining, just like I told you, is expensive. If the federal government should invest as much money it has invested in crude oil, in mining, then we should have our results in gold by now. Because I should round up. Okay, thank you. Because mining, just like I said, is quite expensive, and we cannot put the infrastructure on ground. There is no proper gold mining site in Nigeria, in the whole of Nigeria. All these shouts that we are saying that we have gold in Kebbi, we have in Zamfara, we have in Kaduna, we have in Niger, we have in Oshun. We don't have a proper gold mining site in Nigeria. All the ones that we have are makeshift. So the federal government needs to come in and support people with, not just with giving banks money. I believe they should scrap banks, because banks will start giving you conditions which you can't meet. Let them give it directly, just like Uncle Boros is doing. Let them give it directly to people so that they can go into this mining. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Commissioner of Environment and Soil Minerals, Kebbi State, for the wonderful contribution. I will now go straight to the Commissioner of Budget and Economic Planning. Your ministry drives the economic direction of Kebbi State. And you are certain with responsibility of planning for the future, planning for the present, and so charting way forward for the state, and creating enabling environment. We have been discussing enabling environment for industries to flourish. We also discussed the political will to drive the process. What are your plans for the state?
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. I'll walk backwards with your question. I'll start with our plans for the enabling environment. Now, as a state, in line with our economic realities, our fiscal plans, we recognize our limitations to industrialization to the extent that the state just does not have the resources to put in place all the infrastructure needed to industrialize. One of the speakers earlier was talking about roads and rail, and quite frankly, we don't have that money. So to that extent, our only option is to create an enabling environment, either for private players to come in or for private money to come in. Just last week, His Excellency was at the Economic Summit Group held in Abuja, where he was saying that we need we need a lot of money. We need a lot of money to drive infrastructure to industrialize. And it's quite right. I mean, if you, yesterday I was watching on the news, and the United States Congress had just passed a bill for 1.2 trillion in infrastructural development, money for infrastructure. And this is to renew, rebuild infrastructure. And you can imagine that this is even a society that over the years has maintained its own. And we already have such a wide deficit that the money is not just there. So for us, in terms of enabling environment, it's one of our key priorities. It's one of our key paths we are looking to take, because we recognize that from a realistic perspective, the state just doesn't have the money. Also, again, in terms of plans, we're now asking ourselves the question, how do we even compete? Because you're saying we're here and we're discussing industrialization. Okay, so we industrialize. Can we compete with the Chinese? Let's assume I set up a textile factory now. Can I produce at prices lower than the Chinese? Or can I produce at prices lower than my nearest competitor? So these are all questions that we need to answer. And then a lot of people have also spoken about the skills required to industrialize. So one of the things we always say to ourselves is, to thyself be true. Do we have a populace that has the required skills to enter industry and to compete and to either operate heavy machinery or to drive innovation along those lines of industrialization? So these are all debates we're asking, and we're now asking ourselves, okay, do we have it? If we don't have it, then what are we planning for? What are our plans for education? What are our plans for the infrastructure needed? One of the things I always say to people when we're having these discussions is, wherever, and this is basic fundamental economics, wherever population growth exceeds economic growth, we'll continue to wallow in poverty. Now, if we're not going to cut down our population, then we must drive up our economic growth. And that industrialization is probably one of the only avenues open to us to ensure that we do that. And then, of course, we're also looking at it from the perspective of development finance. So what can we get the Bank of Industry, for example, to do for us? What can we get the central bank to do for us? And of course, if you watch the news or if you follow His Excellency regularly, you're always seeing him either at the office of the MD of the Bank of Industry or with the CBN governor, because we recognize that those are the areas where those are the low-hanging fruits, because we can easily get development finance from places like that. So that's why we talk to the Bank of Industry. That's why we've taken the time to also invite the Bank of Industry here. We're in talks with Bank of Industry to set up a fund, a mutual fund between us and them, so we can lower the collateral requirements for loans, whereby the state is now saying to the Bank of Industry, look, if you're asking for 150, can you cut it to 75? We will waive, well, not exactly waive, but we will give you right of first refusal if something goes wrong with the loan. So that will automatically have the collateral requirement for somebody to access a loan. So these are all policies we're putting in place. Of course, there's also the problem of the Dutch disease, and we have to be honest with ourselves here. And it's not peculiar to Nigeria. Any oil-producing or commodity-dependent economy has this problem of Dutch disease, whereby we have inflated public services. We also rely so much on the rents coming from these commodities, and it hasn't helped us. But as a state, we have recognized that, and we're putting in place measures to stop depending heavily on oil, or going to Abuja every month to collect money year on year. And if anybody joins us tomorrow at our budget town hall meeting, you will see how much we've been able to grow our IGR over the last 4 or 5 years. I think not to I can't remember the figure off the top of my head now, but I'm sure we've probably grown it by nearly 400% from 2015 to date. So these are all realities that unfortunately, because our demands are so much, sometimes it's a bit difficult to see these successes, but they are there. These success stories are there. Then also, finally, one of the things I also worry about is policy mismatch. And this is one of the things we're planning to get right. So are we matching our fiscal policy to what is happening with monetary policy? Of course, the purview of monetary policy is not in the hands of the state government, but can we also leverage or put a bit of pressure on the central bank, either as Kebbi State alone or as a collection of states, to see whether they can drive policies that will make our exports either more competitive, or if we can't, can we now
Yeah. So these are all plans. Of course, we have plans for agricultural action, built around clustered power. So we're talking with UNIDO. UNIDO has graciously offered to put up between 2 to 10 megawatts, whereby we cluster agricultural processing around that. That is all our realities. And in a nutshell, if I can just round up. This government recognizes the urgent need. I mean, His Excellency as an economist, more than others recognizes that unless the industrialization in the state, we're going to probably want to swallow poverty. So I just want to reiterate that and say in this gathering also that we are committed as a government to uplifting the economic lives of the citizenry, and we'll continue to do that, and we'll continue our drive towards industrialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. The last but not the least, I think we are going to so we have been in Kebbi for quite some time, and from the so much in Kebbi State. I think I ask, where is our money?
I'll come to your question, but I want to make the link from the page before I come to that. I like to see things from the outcome perspective of life. And we can get the government, honestly, I've spent like 4 years and
2 weeks down the line, my head office that Kebbi State have been included. So if it's about the partnership, honestly, the state has been trying in that perspective. So at the half-full perspective of this industrialization, see the other opportunities available. Yes, we're policy, a lot of people here are, that's the truth. It's either the executive, and we have those implemented here. So looking at things from saying, okay, we need to do this, we need to do this, but policy, we have virtually everything in place in Kebbi State, in Nigeria most times. The Prof mentioned the old policies of Northern Nigeria, so we cannot be talking about creating new ones when you already have things in place. Now, let's talk about, do I answer your question first? I should talk about the consolidation of taking the advantages of what we have on ground. Sorry? Okay, right. So for financing partnership, right? Financing is, the truth with financing is they don't give you free funds. And if it's not a free fund, meaning there are rules and regulations attached to it. For instance, in Bank of Industry, it's either is a managed fund or a matching fund. But if it's POI fund, it is not Nigerian fund. It is a borrowed fund, meaning that money was collected with conditions. It's just like your money in the bank. The day you want to withdraw, the bank are telling you, sorry, I gave this person, I has not been able to pay. So this money comes with condition. That's for the Bank of Industry fund. But as a government, the government realized, okay, if we cannot the necessary fund for industrialization, why not go into make some sacrifice, provide some certain funds. So you have situations where the state government on its own would decide, okay, let's see, just like the commissioner mentioned, let's see how we can reduce the conditions since the money with you is not yours. There's little you can do with it. It's not yours, it's condition bound. Anytime the owner of the fund comes, there should be guidelines already before collecting the funds. So you cannot give out the funds without following that guidelines. But if you have partnerships with state, just like we're trying to do with Kebbi, which we've done manage already, like the situation of managed fund, we cannot apply any condition to it because it's your fund. You want it disbursed this way, we'll disburse it, we're just managing, we disburse it according to what you say. But if it's a matching fund where we have our money in it, that way some conditions will have to apply. But with partnership, the condition will be watered down. For instance, the miners fund. The miners fund is a managed fund with condition, not even BOI condition. It would have been easier if it's the kind of arrangement we're trying to have with Kebbi State, saying is a matching fund, they have this, we have this percent, let them reduce their condition. But no, it's CBN guidelines. There's nothing you can do about around the mining fund. His Excellency invited the then minister, which is the governor of Ekiti State back then. It's not. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. It's not the regular form where you think the conditions are watered down. No. The AS Artisanal Miners Fund, which miners are supposed to benefit. When the minister visited, the governor of Ekiti State visited, presented their situations, they don't have collateral, they don't have all right. okay, they don't have collateral, the requirements are too much. The ministry said they're going to look into it. But then, when they had a roundtable with the miners, it wasn't possible to take down the conditions. So for us, we're just managing the funds. It's not as if the funds is the Bank of Industry is not releasing the funds. So we are guided by CBN. Even the managed fund we kept state, CBN is disturbing us to get the audited account. Let's see what happened to this. And the only saving grace with the case of Kebbi State, for instance, the managed fund, is we have a letter of indemnity, meaning we don't have to take collateral from the entrepreneurs. But if it's not that kind of arrangement, it's not possible to get funds. And if the government wants to give people free funds, honestly, they don't need the bank. They know how to go about it. So if it's with the bank, there have to be conditions that will be met. And if we keep going from the half-empty perspective, we're in the same country, and you have a situation where a lot of people are accessing the fund. How is that done? It's strictly ensuring that you follow whatever rule that is there. In Kebbi State last week, 83 million, and this collateral, sorry to Commissioner of Environment, the collateral is bringing Kebbi, 83 million has been disbursed to a poultry in Dolekaina. So it's not a question of the collateral has to be in Abuja. Yes, if the amount up to 100 million, the collateral will not be from Kebbi. But if it's less than 100 million, yes, we'll do it. Because just last week, we just did 83 million in Dolekaina. So we should look at this whole perspective from the half full. Let's see the opportunities around. See the opportunities around it. Work towards meeting bid conditions so that you can access this finance. The state government is working towards a partnership. You know, even with that partnership, where you have a reduced collateral, you will still have situations where people will not be able to meet that. And it's also good to note that the state government is working towards the Kebbi, what do you call that? For issuance of CO4, what do you call that? Kebbi, the similar ages. Kebbi, right? Okay. With that, getting CO4s would be a lot easier as obtained in other states that have their geographical information systems intact. So already for the state, a lot is going on, which once those things come into place, access to finance will not be as difficult as it is. Where other states are benefiting is because it's easier for them to get these things. All right? So he's already waving that time is up. On the limitation, we also need to build, part of the limitation we're facing in Kebbi, we also need to build capacity. That is the major thing. We have to build capacity. For leaders of associations around, build capacity for your members so that when they are applying for whatever loan it is, be it Bank of Industry, be it the loans from NASL, be it from Nigerian Exchange, be it the NASL loan, let them have the required knowledge. Let them know this is what they're supposed to do. These are the documents they're supposed to provide. I think for me, that's the point where the associations come into play. They should play that role to their members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Bank of Industry. At this juncture, we'll now take few comments and inputs from the audience. Whoever has anything to say should raise up his hand, please. Very few, your name, your comment or input. Very briefly, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nasir Karofi. It's not a comment, it's not a question rather to the lead presenter. But I just want you to, in a way, galvanize our thinking to have a result or to anticipate a result, quantitative terms. We are talking about industrialization. 30 years down the line, Kebbi, we are still where we are, talking about the abundance of resources we have, but in no concrete terms, except with the coming of His Excellency that the ethanol project is up. Sometimes you have to build the confidence of whoever is going to invest, even if the investor is coming outside, for him to invest his money. We have the Kebbi Investment Company. How many times did the government recapitalize that investment company for it to attract more investment, or for it to partner, like someone has suggested, that sometimes you need to give a matching funding. The investor will bring some money, then the government may bring some money to just to spark up the interest of the investor, or to give him confidence that this company or whatever they are going to do in Kebbi is practicable, is profitable. So please, what can we do to, after this forum, before the next one, when they say something is first edition, we expect that we will have second edition or other subsequent editions coming. Before the next one, what can we do to double the number of industries we have, or at least, be a step forward, rather than just doing the usual thing, narratives that we have these so resources, what we need to do, in concrete terms. That's one. The Honorable Commissioner Environment, the Presidential Committee, or whatever you have mentioned, what have you done to ensure that our people, the youths, are aware of this, and then you spark up their interest to participate in this registration, so that we won't let it be. You have mentioned that so many numbers have been given the registration, but most of them probably are outside, even international, because I had a discussion with His Excellency. He said even Malians are part of these artisanal miners in Kebbi State. They have taken over the opportunities that our young people should have, but because there is no awareness. The Bank of Industry, I agree with you that sometimes you need to put up some conditions. Otherwise, Fent has been so magnanimous to give money to our youths, but they end up buying shelter, buying rubber, instead of doing the business that they have told the government they want to do it. So conditions, agreed, it is good, but the government should come in to help the people. Our own groups, youths, should also come in to help you access this loan, not bypassing the condition, because if you want to just bypass the condition, it means you are not actually going to do the business you are trying to get that money for. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one. We like to request that the Ministry for Budget and Economic Planning champion the development of a business model that is going to be self-sustaining. In this case, it will have all the features and the elements built in it. We have foundation material which we can share. It's just for the ministry to put up a team that will ensure that this is achieved. Then just quickly, I have a couple of maybe questions or suggestions of things. Number one, do we really have sufficient data of all the potentials we have been mentioning here in terms of quantities? This is very important for investment. Why are we having more filling stations? Sorry? Quantities of the natural resources that we have, that we've been trying to build our investments on. For instance, how much of gold reserves do we have? How much of the columbite, the clay, the whatever things, how much of them? And even in the crops, what are the production figures? And what are the potentials? So the second question is, why are we constantly having more petrol stations, filling stations, almost on a daily basis, and not in the area of production? Do we learn from them to develop our productive sector? I mean, the production, the industrialization sector. How do we tackle the issue of insecurity? Because this is a key impediment to industrialization. Dr. Teddy pulled my leg. He said, I'm in Abuja. I can't take the road from Abuja to Kebbi. How do you get me to Kebbi? I said, fly. But we won't be having all investors flying anyway. So how do we improve on the security situation? So we're not talking about the federal government now. We're talking about what we can do as a state, what we can do as traditional institutions, as individuals, every one of us. We will need to develop a realistic strategy. Again, I'm wondering, Nasiru highlighted the issue. What will be the strategy your panel will propose for us to at least attain up to 20% growth in industrialization before the next economic roundtable meeting? That is before the second edition. We want to hear the story that at least we have industrialized 20% higher than it was when we last met. And I'm also wondering and asking if it is possible, for instance, to attract investment. We have low-hanging fruits. Quickly, it is very possible to have industrialization in onion dehydration, extraction of oil from pepper seed is a big business, multi-million naira. Millet, sorghum, maize, cassava, flour mill. This will not take much. It is not going to cost much. So how is it possible for us to attract investments or investors immediately to take care of this? Peanut butter. I mean, we now produce groundnuts both wet and dry season. So there's availability of raw material. It's just to set up a peanut industry or perhaps groundnut oil extraction industry. Finally, are there institutions, investors,
and have them maybe to have a round table discussing with them or to have their data so that whenever, since they are coming to operate in Kebbi, at least what is the demand that we should benefit from them, especially this area of diversification, even the revenue that's supposed to come to the states, if we engage them, we're able to enhance our revenue. And then secondly, what's from the experience in Zamfara state, we know as a result of our mining activities that led to lead poisoning. And then in most of our communities, in the morning when Professor Yaori was making presentation, he said in his community, there are children are exposed to this mining. And that. Is there any maybe mechanism that we put in place so that to prevent our children and other community members being exposed to this mining illegally? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My comment or my question is as a rider to the comment made by PAMSEC Agri on an industrialization model. And the comment I had wanted to make or to ask is, please, is it possible for us to have a simple technology that can be used by women in the, because I remember, or maybe I have heard, I don't know if it's correct, that in China, you find out that in most families, they have a sort of small industry, you know? Our women have so many opportunities, but whenever we talk of this industrialization, we are talking of big models, big finances, can we can we import a simple technology that our women folk can start with in our homes? For example, this issue of ceramic that we're talking about. For me, I've always been interested in ceramics, but of course, I'm not thinking of any big investment, but I'm asking whether is it possible to have something small, apart from ceramics, in different areas? Because we know that China developed through small industries in different homes. Let us look at the possibilities of getting those technologies for our women folk before we even reach the bigger dreams. I don't know whether it's possible for us to do that. But then again, I want to also say that I think we also need to change our mindset, our thinking. For example, I know that 2017, government made an attempt to provide funds for businesses, almost 1 billion naira was given. I'm sure the manager bank of industry is here. I don't think we got up to 100 million back from that money, So our people, we need to think, so that at least we look inwards when we collect loans or when we get funding, let us use them judiciously, rather than maybe using it for other things. Or maybe we refuse to repay this loan. Initially, this loan was conceived to be revolving. So that once that loan, I think the term was 2 years or so. No, it was 4 years. I think that loan should have been repaid by now. Better still, more than half of it should have been repaid. So the anchor borrowers, we still have people that I think about 12 billion was given for that anchor borrowers, but sometimes back when we paid. So I think their mindset and the way they do things, so that because when we repay our loans, we stand the chance of getting better funding for businesses and development. Thank you.
My comments, I think they go direct to the representative of Bank of Agriculture. Bank of Industry, okay, I thought it's Bank of Agriculture. We are talking of investments, industrialization. All these things cannot be done without financial backing. Our problem is these banks have stringent measures such that even our small at the state level, these banks also, when there is a program, they always ask us to give them ISPOs. And these ISPOs are so many, we have so many programs that if care is not taken, maybe the government is going to collapse. Like I said, the resources we are getting are too meager. We get about below 3 billion. Salaries consume about 2 point something. And the other important activities of government. The balance is too meager to handle other even developments in the state. So I think there is need, if really we want to improve our agricultural development and also go into industrialization, I think Central Bank of Nigeria and all of your commercial banks should come together and reduce these stringent measures. That's the only way we can do. So many of our people are involved in so many things in this state, but they don't have the capacity financially to develop and even to go into exports that we are talking about with our sister neighboring countries. So I think banks, Central Bank of Nigeria and the commercial banks, financial institutions should come to understand that like a Bank of Agriculture is established solely to fast track and give enabling environment for agricultural development in this country. So it should take full responsibility. If it is agri-business, let it be business. Business, government business, elsewhere. Anybody should take full responsibility of whatever he draws from the bank. I think time has come for us to join us together. Allowing government to be programs to die off like that without you getting what you want, without us getting what we want. I think that is where the stagnation is. We have to understand that your banks are there to develop, whether it is Bank of Industry or Bank of Agriculture or what have you. they have been established to do certain responsibilities. So they should take full responsibilities of their actions rather than relying each time there is a program for government to come in and give them ISPOs. We don't want our government to collapse in doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We take the last intervention. These banks don't give loans because we are defaulters.
Thank you, sir. I'm Basir Kakalgo. I want to make my comment and contributions based on what the manager back of industry have already said. To me, we have seen so many interventions to so many programs, both from federal and state governments for small scales and medium enterprises. But it's like we have not gone anywhere yet. Why? Because our attitude towards intervention is very negative. So we need attitudinal change and value orientation. Let us understand that this money is meant for this business and we should utilize the money for the purpose indicated. Like we have, when you go out now, you can see more than 50 political thugs waiting for you there, Honorable Commissioner. They are waiting for you to give them money. When you take 200,000 naira and give to each one of them today, tomorrow they will still come back to you requesting for another money. Forgetting that somebody is waiting there in the market with 50,000 naira as capital and he is living with this 50,000 more than 2 years. So let us understand, let government do something about the attitudinal change and value orientation. Let the honorable commissioners understand this and the council, the government should make something about this issue, the honorable commissioner. We need attitudinal change and we need value orientation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Many have spoken very well, and there is a lot of prospects. But I think Kebbi State need to specifically identify areas of comparative advantage over others, because that is the only way we can progress. For example, Kebbi can identify, let's say, kaolin production, and then venture into kaolin. Kebbi can partner with any private organizations, because this kaolin has contributed about, according to surveys, has indicated that the global market of kaolin has contributed $4.3 billion to global markets. And this also contributed more than 5% of the GDP in Indian GDP. So if Kebbi State government can venture into kaolin production, definitely it is going to contribute to the gross domestic product of Nigeria, at the same time increase the income of the people, provide thousands of employment to many of our youths and also women. And I think if this is taken into consideration, definitely the Kebbi State will develop.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now have responses from the lead speaker and other members of the panel. The lead speaker will have 3 minutes, while the rest will have 2 minutes each.
Thank you very much. I think quite a number of issues are raised, and some of them are quite closely related. So I may combine some of these queries and interventions to offer just a swift response to this. The other gentleman raised the issue of what is to be done just to move away from this facet of deficit in the industrialization. And my response to this is that our challenge of industrialization is complex. You do not have one straitjacket response to it. You have quite a number of actions and responses that are required, but you can have a strategy, a strategic plan. And one of it, in my mind, is that the world over today, industrialization is private sector driven. Therefore, what the government and what the public need to do is to create a synergy where enabling environment is now created where investors can be wooed to have the trust and the confidence to invest their funds and to have the conviction that there will be value for money and a return of investment for their capital. We have huge, we mentioned this abundance in potentials, in opportunities, in treasures. Yes, they do exist. But how are these treasures and potentials to be harnessed? This can be done only if that confidence is created and the private sector now willing to come and invest. The government is never a good manager of business the world over. Of course, we have seen other climes excelling with government playing a leading role, but not in a society such like ours. The infrastructure is a major challenge. Even the government, the federal government, with the resources at its disposal, is beginning to hands off in infrastructure provisioning, in infrastructure maintenance, in infrastructure upgrade. And now the private sector is gradually being handed over the infrastructure. So what we need to do is to create an avenue where the infrastructure services are commercialized so that investors will see opportunity to invest and recoup their investment and make profit. And that an atmosphere is created, the infrastructure exists, and then investors will come and invest and installation will take off. The government cannot create industries, but it can create environment where industries can grow. You talked about business model. I think it's very important. But this cannot happen if we do not have the capacity to do that. Institutions, strong institutions must exist. You know, ideas drive societies forward. We can't sit back and imagine that development or industrialization can occur naturally. No, it is usually driven by ideas. So we need to build institutions that produce ideas, and these ideas are renewed, and these ideas are translated into concrete reality. And this, a summit such as this, and a think tank on industrialization, on economic development, can also do the magic expected. To create that environment, to create opportunities to unlock potentials and to break jinx that stand the way of our industrialization process. Only ideas can do that. The advanced economies of the world are doing what they are doing because they trust ideas and they trust knowledge. And knowledge is driving their process of development forward. We have to also trust, we have to have trust in knowledge and in ideas. That way, we can make progress and we create opportunities for. And to do that, we must build strong institutions. If every bit of what is required to make progress is automated, it's beyond an individual, it's beyond groups of individuals, it transcends government and individuals and parties and groups, then we have hope that we industrialize. But if whatever efforts that are made are terminated with the end of a particular government or the end of, we are not going anywhere. So institutions must be built, and those institutions will now be the framework that will sustain whatever efforts we are going to make. So industrial is a process that strenuous, but it's also simple. Because societies that do not even have the opportunities we have made tremendous. Rwanda, for instance. Rwanda is a hub in Africa. About the history of Rwanda. Tragic, nightmare. One of the worst violent conflict that has ever been experienced on the surface of the continent of Africa. But today, Rwanda has taken digital digitalization or digital tools to be the driver of the economy of Rwanda. And they are making significant progress, and they have eventually emerged as a model for all countries in Africa. Not talking about even agriculture or this. No, just digital transformation.
Thank you. Thank you,
It's
Professor.
leading all sectors of the economy. So we need to think outside the box.
Please appreciate him more. If you allow a professor to speak, he will continue to cite authorities. So thank you very much, Professor. The Honorable Commissioner Budget, please. You have 2 minutes.
So thank you very much again, MC. I'll start off with the question from the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agri when he said, what are we doing to see that we have achieved 20% industrialization? Off the top of my head, I can count at least 100 things, but I will just tell you very quickly. We're in the process of setting up a Kebbi State Investment Promotion Agency. And this speaks to what Dr. Teddy was talking about earlier, about the ease of doing business. So what are we trying to achieve with that? We're saying to a potential investor, if you come, you go to the investment promotion agency, that's a one-stop for you. There you get your land permits, you get everything, they facilitate everything for you. So that's what we're trying to do. And we're going to back it up with legislation, which also speaks to what you were saying about building strong institutions. We have the draft legislation already. We hope that after we finish with the budget process, that will also go to the House of Assembly. And then that for me is primary in terms of building the institution and putting in place a clear direction, a clear roadmap, a clear government institution whose sole aim, nothing else, is just to improve and instigate investment promotion. We're also building a pipeline of projects. We're saying, okay, as a government, we recognize that these are our comparative advantages. So we're saying onions, we're saying rice, we're saying a lot of all these potential areas we've spoken about. So we're saying these are the pipeline of projects. We're even actually going to go as far, depending on how quickly we set up the investment promotion agency. We're saying, okay, we're also contributing in the groundwork, whatever studies we need. And then we're also willing to go as far as helping talk to any potential investor or financier to say, look, come, we're going to give you land, we're going to give you everything you need to set up these industries. Of course, there are things that are not within our purview, things like power generation and all. But again, anybody who is in Kebbi knows we're not doing too bad in terms of power generation. So to that extent, again, and these are all efforts. Again, if we go through the pain of telling you what the government does on the background to ensure that we're having this many hours of light, you'd be surprised. So there are a lot of efforts going on in terms of what the government is doing. Somebody also asked what institutions are we working with. It's funny that between the Commissioner of Environment and I, in the last couple of months, everybody will bear testament that you haven't even seen much of us because we've been going around. We're in Lagos, we're in Benin, we're in Naifor, we're looking for these people to come. So we're talking to a lot of people. We've been to Hungary, we've been to places. You can see, of course, let me also commend Habiba from Wakot. We called her and she decided to jump on the next plane and join us here. So these are all. So we're trying to build and inspire confidence with these private sector players and say to them, you know, come talk to the government. The government will lend you a listening ear. Within the ambits of our limitations, we'll give you whatever you need to come and invest. Because that primarily, and again, if ever anybody has the opportunity to speak to His Excellency, he always says it. Apart from being the governor, his first role is Chief Investment Officer, because he has a duty to sell the state to private players to come in, because the government, like I mentioned earlier, does not have the resources to bridge infrastructural deficits, provide education, provide healthcare. So we now recognize that, okay, let's limit our role to creating that enabling environment. Let's limit ourselves to saying, okay, we know what private players are looking for. Let us provide that. And again, we were also at the Economic Summit Group in Abuja, and the private sector is saying to us, look, we have the money. We have the money. You don't even need to go outside Nigeria to raise the capital. The money is here. Just give us the enabling environment. And I promise everybody in this room that the Kebbi State government, under the leadership of Senator Atiku Abubakar Bagudu, is 100% determined to providing that enabling environment for private institutions to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Environment, please. Last one.
Good evening once again. Thank you for the opportunity. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions. So I think 2 minutes will be. So I will start with Mr. Nasro Barafi, who spoke on PAGMI. PAGMI started in 2020 in January. That was when it was launched in Yauri. Unfortunately, I was not commissioner then, but I've gone through the records. What they did then, they had a series of jingles and discussions with the artisanal miners, and about 400 cooperatives were formed. Those cooperatives were the ones that Suleiman was talking about that tried to access Bank of Industries loans. Unfortunately, they could not meet up with the requirements. But I was with the director of Artisanal Mines, Ministry of Mines and Steel 2 weeks ago in Abuja, and we had a discussion with him on how we can improve on reach for these miners. So we are working on that. We are going on a tour of the artisanal miners, I think in a week or 2 time, and we will roll out a program on that, inshallah. Then secondly, PAMSEC Agric spoke of if we know of the quantity of the raw material, of the natural resources in the state. You see, one thing about solid minerals, just like I told you, it's owned by the federal government. So there is no point you going there to access the quantity or the quality of one there, because I can go ahead now and let's assume go to cocoa to know of the quantity and the quality of the kaolin there. Unfortunately, maybe the federal government has already issued license to you. So it means I'm working for you, spending my own money for you, which is not a good thing for me. As a state, it's not ideal for us. And you see, like I told you, for us to acquire the aeromagnetic and radiometric data of the state, which we did about a few months ago, we spent about 12 million naira. And when they sent the report to us, they gave us submission for the next phase of the project if we want to continue, which is they come down and go and they've identified about 250 points of interest based on the data that they got. So they have to go and visit all those points to ascertain that yes, what they saw on the air, it's exactly there. That will cost 95 million naira. And then after that one, then the next phase is drilling. You've identified a point. Prof knows what I'm saying. You identified a point, you bring a rig, and I think in Nigeria, just about 3 agencies have rigs. Hiring a rig alone is about 1.2 billion naira for a day. So a rig will come, just like the one drilling boreholes, but it's not the same. The mechanism is almost similar, but it's not the same. It will come and drill to get the data on the ground. So it's lots of money involved in doing this. So it's not ideal for a state to do it, because the federal government might issue license to someone and then you are there spending your own money for him. So it's not ideal for us to do. But we know the locations of those things. If you want, you can come, we give you the data, and then you can go and apply for the license. And then you mentioned about filling station. You see, the one thing about Nigeria is we like easy money. In Jega alone, that's where I'm from. We have more than 150 filling stations within just Jega town, 150. You see, one thing with this oil business in Nigeria, once you have the license to construct a filling station and you finish the construction, DPR will come and inspect it, and then they will issue you your license. Once you have that, it means you are entitled to allocation of crude, oil, PMS, kerosene, AGO from the NNPC. And this is something that they don't even utilize. What they do is they collect the license they collect their allocation and they sell it to someone. They don't have to bring the oil, the fuel to Kebbi to sell. So they are easy in making money. So that's why people are going into that business as against mining. And then you mentioned security. Unfortunately, I'm not a security expert, so I don't know. I think we'll have to skip that question. And then Mr. Ibrahim spoke of data of the mining companies. You see, just like I told you in my earlier statement, in my earlier presentation, what I said, I told you that we have 155 mining licenses issued, current ones that are not expired, mining titles. And then mining license issued lasts for around 2 to 4 years. You see, most of these people, they will just get the license and keep. They don't normally go and operate with it. So I think the last time I checked with the ministry, only about 5 or 6 have reported. But if you go to the mining cadastral office, I think I have the data in my phone. I have the list in my phone. They will give you, if they give you updated one as of this November 2021, you see that there are more than 155. So this is not something that we have control over. That's why I don't really think I can help you on that. And then the issue of the lead poisoning you mentioned, of trying to prevent it happening in Kebbi. Currently, we are working with UNIDO. UNIDO is United Nations Industrial Development Office. And they have a $4 million project that they are going to run in Nigeria. And it's going to be in Kebbi, Niger, Kebbi, Niger, Zamfara, and Kaduna State. What this program is trying to do is called the Gold Plus. What they are trying to do is they are trying to eliminate the use of mercury in gold, in artisanal gold mining, because that's where the danger is. Exposure to mercury affects the nervous system of an individual and effectively their children before they are even born. So we are trying to see how we can introduce new methods of gold mining without actually using mercury. And there are many methods of gold mining, but the easiest and simplest one available is the use of mercury, which affects our health. So I think the program starts in January 2022. So inshallah, it's going to teach our miners how to mine gold without using mercury. So I think those are the questions I have here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Environment.
Last word, last word.
Okay, CPM, DOI, last word.
Yeah, it's just basically for what he mentioned. Yes, for access to finance, it's getting better, right? The conditions will be reduced because the CBN has now come up with the global standing instruction. That way, instead of telling you to bring a lot of things, it will be limited to providing your BVN. With the global standing instruction, they can access your account in any bank and set off funds from there if you refuse to pay back the loan. And at the moment, for loans that are not more than 5 million, aside the people that belong to that category, for the rest of us here, there are no politicians. You can actually access 5 million without collateral. So we should change our mindset. This thing works. A youth corper came to this town, 3 million. Now he has collected 9 million again. And the same people in Kebbi are not accessing the money. Who did he know here? Nobody. It's just passion. Thank you.
Prof. Diko, last word.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to respond to the question raised by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry for Budget and Economic Planning. You see ceramics. There are different types of ceramics. We have the tableware ceramics, which was or is produced purposely to serve food and drinks. An example of such ceramics is the cups, mugs, plates, and related articles. Then we have structural ceramics dealing with bond bricks, floor tiles, wall tiles, and roofing tiles. We also have refractory ceramics, which will produce refractory sanitary insulation bricks, used in cement factories and in steel industries. Then again, we also have technical ceramics, where you have this plug manufactured. In this plug, you see cap plug. That white thing attached to the metal is ceramic, as well as insulated. So you see, when you look at this, that tableware, you can use any level, even at cottage industry level, to produce tableware products. So it's possible now to have, at that small scale level to produce tableware. And secondly, if you could vividly recall, I mentioned that there must be bold steps, for this industrialization. So, and I mentioned clearly, but I don't have the capacity, to rebuild something. But I'm highly pleased that Honorable Commissioner for Environment, mentioned that there is a move to, establish a ceramic industry. And I did it deliberately to mention Kellen because I know there is that move by the state government, which is also commendable. Then thirdly, the issue of commendation, the Ministry for Budget and Economic Planning really has accomplished, and to me, this is a great accomplishment. It's a very good step. I'm really very, very happy with this development, and I think I'm maybe sharing similar views with most of us here. It is really a great accomplishment, great achievement. So now what we expect, the next level maybe will be, will be a better kind of, outing, so that we see probably bringing those people I said, the small scale industrialists, that people that need to have this kind of thing. It needs to be communicated to them. Because if we do that, certainly, we are now really encouraging almost everybody, all concerns in Kebbi State. So with this, thank you very much, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you. And I think this is where we come to the end of the entire package for today. We'll now take group photograph of the panel, and then take vote of thanks from the permanent secretary, and then take our final closing prayer. Group photograph first. Group photograph. Please appreciate them. Thank you very much, Professor Baba. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Environment. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner Budget, Professor Tukur Dikko. Branch Manager, BOI, thank you very much. We really appreciate you. I also wish to congratulate each and everyone here for your patience, for your resourcefulness, and for your contribution. In the light of this, I would like to call upon the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning in Kebbi State, Hajia Aisha Tuhem Usman, to move to present our closing remarks. The Permanent Secretary, please.
Honorable commissioners here present, I think in view of the time, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. I just want to say before okay, let me start the normal way. All thanks belongs to God Almighty, who has made it possible for us to be here today to have these discussions and to see the end of this discussion. We thank God Almighty for making it possible. May He continue to guide and protect us. Amen. I also want to appreciate the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Budget, for his support in ensuring that this program is held today. I want to appreciate our visitors from WACOT, from GB Foods, Prof. Nasuru, TK Baba, and a host of others. From the academia, we have Prof. Zauro and also Ibrahim Shehu. We really, really appreciate you for finding time to be here. Other discussants, we have the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Agri. We appreciate you and thank you so very much, sir, for your time. We also have the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, and also the Chairman, Nasme Nurabello. We really appreciate you and thank you so very much. Again, we also have the Manager, State Director, Bank of Industry, We really appreciate your presence here, the permanent secretary. We have people who are highly committed to the cause. We really appreciate you for being here morning until now. We appreciate you and we hope that this will be an open door for us. This will open, new doors for us. I also want to share, now that some of our partners are still present with us, I said that we have a state development plan. And the vision of the state development plan is that by 2025, Kebbi State will be a state with a competitive economy, a more accountable and transparent governance, where people have equitable access to quality basic social services in a sustainable environment. This is the vision of the state development plan. And we hope to achieve this vision through focus on quality institutions, enhancement of agricultural productivity, and also improvement of livelihood of youth and women in inclusive manner and social economic empowerment. This is the thrust of the state development plan that we want to launch sometimes next month, inshallah. On behalf of the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, I want to recognize the role played by our advisor, Dr. Kabir Kamba, and also our moderator and MC, Abakar Kalgo. We really appreciate you. I also want to appreciate the staff of the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Thank you so much for your support. The members of the press and the entire team and people present here, our IC person, thank you very much for being here with us today. And we hope you continue to support us even tomorrow when we have our town hall meeting. Thank you very much and God bless.
Well, thank you, the permanent secretary. The communique will be issued anytime from today after our departure. And I believe we also have all our emails in the registration, so they can be sent to you through your emails. And like the permanent secretary said, tomorrow there'll be town hall meeting on budget. So the Honorable Commissioner invites everyone here to come and participate, since we're having participatory budget. On the final note, I would like to invite the Director Personnel of the Ministry, Alhaji Basiru Kalgo, to close the session with prayers. Thank you.
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى ال محمد كما صليت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم انك حميد مجيد وبارك على محمد وعلى ال محمد كما باركت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم انك حميد مجيد. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين اياك نعبد واياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين انعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين امين. سبحانك ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
We will take the national anthem. We will also take the larger photograph for the entire audience. Stand there, please. Nigeria. Now the final group photograph with the entire participants. Okay. Some can stand here while some can climb up. Thank you. All presenters and audience, please come forward for the photo session.